Hello everyone, I'm Mr. Night Story, and welcome to tonight's journey toward peaceful sleep. If you're enjoying this content, I would be so grateful if you could take a moment to like this video. I'd also love to hear from you. Please feel free to share in the comments where you're watching from and what time it is there. Your kind support truly helps me continue creating these relaxing experiences for you. Now, please make yourself comfortable as we gently begin tonight's journey to restful sleep. This happened 13 years ago, when I was 17 years old. Even now as I write this, my hands tremble slightly at the keyboard. Some memories fade with time, softening around the edges until they become more like distant dreams than actual events. This is not one of those memories. Every detail remains crystalline, sharp enough to cut. It was late June when my stepfather, Glenn, suggested we take our annual camping trip. School had just let out for winter break, and I was already restless, counting down the days until I could escape the monotony of our suburban Queensland neighborhood. Glenn had been taking me on these expeditions since he married my mother 4 years earlier, and I'd grown to cherish them, not just for the adventure, but for the relationship we'd built in those wilderness hours, away from the complications of blended family dynamics. Glenn worked as a contractor, rough hands and weathered skin testifying to decades of outdoor labor. He'd grown up in the bush, learning to track, hunt, and survive from his own father. When he came into my life, he brought with him a wealth of knowledge that he seemed genuinely eager to share. He never tried to replace my biological father, who'd left when I was 8, but instead carved out his own place in my world, teaching me things I actually wanted to learn. "This year we're going deep," Glenn had said over breakfast that morning, spreading a worn topographical map across the kitchen table. His calloused finger traced a route that wound through increasingly remote terrain. Place called Barker's Creek. Been wanting to check it out for years. Supposed to be untouched. Barely anyone goes out that far anymore. I leaned over the map, studying the thin lines and contour markings. The site he'd indicated sat in a region where the map itself seemed to blur, where creeks had no names and roads dissolved into dotted suggestions of tracks that might not exist anymore. How far? 9 hours? Maybe 10, depending on the roads. We'll need to stock up proper. No shops once we pass Dalton Ridge. He tapped another spot on the map, this one still firmly in civilization, and no phone reception. Not for the whole week we're out there. The isolation should have excited me. Instead, I felt a peculiar flutter in my stomach, something that wasn't quite excitement and wasn't quite dread. I shook it off, probably just nerves about being so far from everything familiar. We left before dawn. Glenn's battered Toyota Land Cruiser loaded with camping gear, food supplies, and 2 rifles secured in the locked box in the truck bed. The rifles were for wild pigs. Queensland's countryside was overrun with the feral beasts, and Glenn had taught me to hunt them responsibly, using every part of what we killed. The drive was long, brutally long. We left behind sealed roads after the first 4 hours, bouncing along dirt tracks that grew progressively rougher. Glenn's old cassette player cycled through his collection of country music, Johnny Cash, Waylon Jennings, and his favorite Slim Dusty. The music competed with the rattling of our supplies and the grinding of the engine as we crawled across terrain that barely qualified as a road. "Tell me again why we're going so far out," I asked around hour 7. My backside numb from the constant jostling. Glenn glanced at me, a slight smile on his weathered face. "Because that's where nobody else is. The popular spots, everyone and their dog camps there now. Rubbish everywhere, drunk idiots on trail bikes, no respect for the land. Out at Barker's Creek, it's just us and nature. The way camping's supposed to be." I nodded, though the logic seemed less appealing as we drove deeper into increasingly desolate country. The landscape had changed over the past hours, transforming from the green farmland near home to scrubby bushland, and now to something wilder, more primal. The trees here grew different, gnarled and twisted, their bark darkened to near black. The undergrowth seemed denser, more aggressive in the way it encroached on the barely visible track. "Haven't seen another vehicle in over an hour," I observed. "Won't see one for a week," Glenn replied cheerfully. "That's the point, mate. We arrived at Barker's Creek just as the sun began its descent toward the horizon, painting the sky in shades of orange and purple that seemed almost artificially vibrant. The campsite Glenn had chosen sat in a clearing roughly 30 meters across, bordered on one side by a tree line and creek, and opening onto scrubby grassland on the other sides. It was beautiful in an austere way, the kind of beauty that feels indifferent to human presence. "Right then," Glenn said, killing the engine. The sudden silence felt massive, pressing in from all sides. "Let's get set up before we lose the light." We worked with practiced efficiency, a routine refined over years of these trips. Glenn's tent went up first, a sturdy 3-person canvas affair that had weathered countless expeditions. Mine came next, a smaller dome tent that I could assemble in under 10 minutes. We positioned them roughly 10 meters apart, both facing away from the prevailing wind. The camp kitchen came last. A fold-out table, our cooking supplies, the ice-filled coolers containing our food, and Glenn's precious camp stove. He refused to rely solely on campfire cooking, insisting a good stove was the difference between a successful trip and a miserable one. "Still got a couple hours of light," Glenn noted, checking his watch. "Want to take a quick walk, see if we can spot any pig sign?" I grabbed my rifle, a .243 Winchester that Glenn had helped me purchase with money I'd saved from working at the local grocery store. We loaded up and headed into the bush, Glenn reading the landscape with practiced ease. He pointed out tracks, disturbed earth where pigs had been rooting, and fresh droppings that indicated we'd have good hunting prospects during our stay. But as we walked, that earlier flutter in my stomach returned, stronger now. The bush felt wrong somehow, though I couldn't articulate how or why. The sound seemed muted, not the vibrant chorus of birds and insects I'd come to expect in these environments. Instead, an oppressive quiet hung over everything, broken only by our footsteps and breathing. "You feel that?" Glenn asked suddenly, his voice low. "Feel what?" He paused, scanning the tree line. "Like we're being watched." The word sent a genuine shiver through me, validating my own unease. Glenn wasn't prone to flights of fancy. If he felt something off, there was probably a reason. We stood there for a long moment, rifles held loosely but ready, searching the shadows beneath the trees for any sign of movement. "Probably just a big boar," Glenn finally said, though he didn't sound convinced. "They're smart bastards. Could be one keeping tabs on us, trying to work out if we're a threat." We returned to camp as dusk settled in properly, that brief window where the world transforms from day to night. Glenn got a fire going while I sorted through our food supplies, planning dinner. The flames crackled and popped, casting dancing shadows across our campsite. Normally, I found these sounds comforting. Tonight, they seemed to emphasize the vast darkness pressing in around us. We ate beef stew heated over the fire, washed down with Billy tea so strong it could strip paint. Glenn was quieter than usual, I noticed. He sat in his camp chair, staring into the flames with an expression I couldn't quite read. Concerned? Thoughtful? Uneasy? "Everything all right?" I asked. He looked up, seeming to shake off whatever thoughts had captured him. "Yeah, mate. Just tired from the drive. Thinking I might turn in early, get a good night's rest. Big plans for tomorrow. Want to hike up to the ridge, see what's beyond." "Sounds good. I might stay up a bit, listen to some music." Glenn nodded, standing and stretching. "Don't stay up too late. And keep the fire going. Gets cold out here at night." He disappeared into his tent, and within minutes I could hear his familiar snoring, a deep, rhythmic rumble that had become a comforting soundtrack to our camping trips. I settled into my camp chair, pulling it closer to the fire, and pressed play on my portable CD player. Music filled my ears through cheap headphones, providing a buffer against the oppressive silence of the bush. An hour passed, maybe more. I'd gone through most of my favorite album, watching the fire burn down to glowing coals. I should have been tired. We'd been on the road for nearly 11 hours, but I felt wired, my nerves singing with an alertness that didn't match the peaceful scene. I got up to add more wood to the fire, keeping it bright. As I arranged the logs, I noticed something that made me freeze. Our campsite looked disturbed. Not dramatically so, but in small ways that seemed wrong. Glenn's camp chair had been moved. I was certain he'd left it on the other side of the fire. The cooler lid sat slightly ajar, though I distinctly remembered Glenn closing it firmly after dinner. And there were marks in the dirt near my tent, scuff marks that looked almost like someone had been walking around the perimeter. I grabbed my torch, a heavy mag light that could double as a weapon, and swept the beam across the campsite. Everything looked normal in the harsh white light, but that only made the small inconsistencies more unsettling. Things had been moved. Someone or something had been in our camp. My first thought was another camper, maybe someone we hadn't noticed during our arrival. But that didn't make sense. We hadn't seen any other vehicles, and Glenn had specifically chosen this location for its isolation. A local? Someone who used this area regularly and didn't appreciate intruders? That seemed more plausible, but also more concerning. If someone was out here, why not just approach us directly? I considered waking Glenn, but decided against it. What would I tell him? That a camp chair had moved and a cooler was open. He'd probably laugh, tell me I was being paranoid. Maybe I was. Maybe exhaustion was playing tricks on my memory. But then I heard it, a sound that definitely wasn't my imagination. It came from the direction of the creek, a splashing noise like something large moving through water. My first thought was a pig coming down to drink. We'd hoped to find game around the water source, but the splashing continued. Not the brief sound of an animal drinking, but sustained movement, as if something was wading through the creek. I killed my headphones, needing to hear clearly. The splashing stopped. The silence that followed felt expectant, heavy with tension. I found myself holding my breath, straining to catch any sound. Then I heard footsteps, not the four-legged gait of an animal, but the deliberate two-legged rhythm of a person walking. They were moving through the bush parallel to our campsite, maintaining a distance of maybe 40 or 50 meters. The steps were careful, measured, as if whoever was out there was trying to move quietly but not quite managing it. My heart rate kicked up several notches. I grabbed my rifle, checking that it was loaded, thumb resting on the safety. The footsteps continued their circuit, moving in an arc that kept whoever was out there hidden in the darkness beyond our firelight. "Hello?" I called out, my voice cracking slightly. "Is someone there?" The footsteps stopped immediately. The silence that followed felt worse than the sounds had. I stood there, rifle held across my chest, every sense screaming that something was very wrong. Minutes passed, or maybe just seconds that felt like minutes. I couldn't tell. Then, from a completely different direction, I heard my name. "Chris," a voice called, distant and muffled. "Chris, come here." The voice sounded like Glenn. Same rough timbre, same Queensland accent. But Glenn was in his tent, not 10 meters away, snoring loud enough that I could hear him even over my racing heartbeat. I spun toward the tent, seeing the familiar shape of canvas undisturbed, the sound of his snoring unchanged. "Chris," the voice called again, still coming from the tree line. "Need you to come here, mate." Terror washed over me, cold and absolute. Someone out there was mimicking Glenn's voice. Not perfectly, there was something off about it. Something hollow, but close enough that in confusion or darkness, I might have responded, might have walked into those trees toward whoever was out there. I stood frozen, my rifle gripped so tightly my knuckles ached. The voice didn't call again, but I could sense presence in the darkness, something watching, waiting to see what I would do. My mind raced through possibilities, each more disturbing than the last. A person with mental illness wandering the bush? Possible, but unlikely this far from anywhere. Someone deliberately trying to scare us off? But why go to such elaborate lengths? And how had they known my name? Glenn had used it around camp, but you'd have to be quite close to hear normal conversation, and we'd definitely have noticed someone that near. The third possibility, the one I didn't want to consider but couldn't ignore. Something was fundamentally wrong with this place. Maybe Glenn had been right to feel uneasy earlier. Maybe we'd stumbled into someone's territory. Someone who didn't want visitors and was willing to use psychological tactics to drive us away. I needed to wake Glenn. Whatever was happening, I couldn't face it alone. But the 10 meters between my position and his tent suddenly seemed vast, exposed. To reach him, I'd have to turn my back on the tree line, on whatever was out there watching. I compromised, backing slowly toward his tent while keeping my eyes and rifle trained on the darkness. Each step felt like an eternity. The fire crackled, sending up sparks, and in the brief flare of light, I thought I saw movement near the trees, just a suggestion of a shape. There and gone so quickly I couldn't be sure I'd seen anything at all. "Glenn," I hissed, reaching his tent. "Glenn, wake up." His snoring continued, uninterrupted. I risked a glance away from the tree line to unzip his tent, reaching in to shake his shoulder roughly. "Glenn, wake up." He jolted awake with a snort, immediately alert in the way people who've spent a lifetime in the bush learn to be. "What? What's wrong?" "Something's out there, in the trees." It was calling my name in your voice. Even in the dim light from the fire, I saw his expression shift from confusion to sharp concern. He grabbed his rifle, checking it by touch, and emerged from the tent in his thermal underwear and boots. "Where?" I pointed toward the tree line. "Over there." But it was moving around, like it was circling the camp. And earlier I heard footsteps. Glenn stood beside me, his rifle up, scanning the darkness. Human footsteps? I think so. Not four-legged anyway. We stood there together, two humans alone in the wilderness, staring into darkness that suddenly felt malevolent. Glenn reached for his torch, a powerful spotlight he used for night hunting, and began sweeping the beam across the tree line. The light revealed bark and leaves, the twisted shapes of eucalyptus trees, the dense undergrowth typical of this region. Nothing moved, nothing seemed out of place. But the feeling of being watched intensified under the harsh illumination, as if whatever was out there resented the light, resented being searched for. "There," I said suddenly, pointing to a section of trees on the far side of the clearing. I saw something move. Glenn swung the spotlight in that direction, catching the beam on a large tree with pale, peeling bark. For just a moment, I thought I saw a shape behind the trunk. Tall, impossibly thin, moving with a fluid grace that seemed wrong for a human. But when Glenn held the light steady, there was nothing there. "Probably just shadows," Glenn said, but his voice carried an uncertainty I'd never heard before. "Trees playing tricks in the light." "It called my name," I insisted, "in your voice, while you were sleeping." He looked at me then, really looked, and whatever he saw in my face convinced him I wasn't making this up or imagining things. "Right, here's what we're going to do. I'm going to walk out there, have a proper look around. You stay here, keep the fire bright, and keep your rifle ready. If you see anything, and I mean anything, you yell for me and fire a warning shot into the air. Understand?" "Glenn, I don't think you should." "I'm not spending the night wondering what's out there." He cut me off, his voice firm. "Could be someone who needs help. Could be a dingo that's gotten too bold. Could be nothing at all. But I'm going to check. Stay alert." I wanted to argue, wanted to tell him this was a terrible idea, that every instinct I had was screaming at us to pack up and leave immediately. But Glenn was already moving, his spotlight cutting a path through the darkness as he walked toward the tree line. I watched him go, my own rifle raised, sweeping the visible area around him for any sign of threat. He reached the trees and paused, listening. I could see him in profile, illuminated by his own light, every sense focused on the bush around him. He took a step into the trees, then another, until the foliage began to swallow him. His light became a diffuse glow, filtering through leaves and branches. Then it went out. "Glenn," I shouted, my voice cracking with sudden terror. "Glenn, your light." For 3 seconds that felt like 3 hours, there was only darkness and silence. Then the light flickered back on, and I heard Glenn curse loudly. "Battery terminal came loose," he called back. "I'm all right." But he didn't sound all right. His voice carried an edge I couldn't identify. Shock, maybe, or fear. He emerged from the tree line, walking quickly, his movements stiff and purposeful. As he got closer to the fire, I could see his face clearly, and what I saw made my stomach drop. Glenn's face was pale, drained of color in a way that looked almost unnatural in the firelight. His eyes were wide, the whites showing all around the irises, and his jaw was clenched so tight I could see the muscles jumping beneath his skin. "Pack everything," he said flatly. "We're leaving. Now." "What did you see?" "Pack everything. We're leaving. We're leaving." "Glenn, tell me what—" "Now," he barked, and I'd never heard that tone from him before. Sharp, commanding, with an underlying current of barely controlled panic. We moved into action, throwing our careful camp setup into chaos. Tents came down in minutes rather than the usual careful dismantling. We stuffed sleeping bags into their sacks without rolling them properly, tossed cooking supplies into boxes without organizing them, loaded everything into the truck bed with none of our usual methodical arrangement. Glenn kept the spotlight on while we worked, constantly sweeping it across the surrounding bush. I followed his lead with my torch, creating a perimeter of light around us as we frantically packed. My hands were shaking so badly I kept dropping things: tent poles, torch batteries, the cap to our water container. "Is it still out there?" I asked. "Don't know, don't care. We're not staying to find out." As we loaded the last of our gear, I caught sight of something that made me stop. Near the tree line, just at the edge of where our light reached, there were marks in the dirt. They looked like footprints, but wrong, too narrow, too long, with a strange splayed shape that didn't match any human footprint I'd ever seen. And there were dozens of them, circling our campsite in a path that came within meters of where we'd been sleeping. "Glenn," I said, pointing. He followed my gaze and his face somehow went even paler. "In the truck. Now." I climbed into the passenger seat, my rifle clutched across my lap, while Glenn threw himself behind the wheel. He turned the key. The starter motor turned over once, twice. The engine didn't catch. "Come on," Glenn muttered, turning the key again. "Come on, you bastard." The engine turned over but refused to fire. Glenn pumped the accelerator. Tried again. Nothing. The truck that had never failed us, that Glenn maintained meticulously, chose this moment to be temperamental. "It's flooded," Glenn said, his voice tight. "Just needs a minute." But we didn't have a minute, because as we sat there in the cab, the lights from our torches still burning in the truck bed, illuminating the campsite we were desperately trying to leave, I saw movement at the tree line. At first it was just a sense of something shifting in the shadows, a disturbance in the pattern of light and dark that my brain struggled to process. Then it stepped forward, and I got my first clear look at what had been stalking us. The figure that emerged from the trees defied easy description. It was humanoid in the broadest sense: 2 arms, 2 legs, upright posture, but wrong in every detail. The proportions were all off: limbs too long and joints that seemed to bend at strange angles. The body appeared emaciated, bones visible through skin that looked waxy and pale in our lights. But it was the face that stopped my breath. Even from 30 meters away, even in the uncertain light, I could see enough to know I'd never forget it. The skull structure seemed elongated, the jaw too wide, and the mouth hung open in what might have been a grin or might have been something else entirely. The eyes reflected our light with an animal's eyeshine, but the color was wrong, too pale, too vacant. "Jesus Christ," I whispered. The figure cocked its head, that too wide mouth opening wider, and I realized with horror that it was mimicking human posture, human curiosity. It took a step toward us, movement flowing with an unnatural grace. "Glenn," I said, my voice barely audible. "Glenn, start the truck." He turned the key again. The engine turned over sluggishly but still wouldn't catch. The figure took another step, now close enough that I could see details I wished I couldn't. The unnatural length of the fingers, the way the skin seemed to hang loose in places, the strange texture of what might have been clothing or might have been something else entirely. "Please," I heard myself saying. "Please, God, please start the truck." Glenn tried again, and again. The figure kept coming, each step deliberate, purposeful. It was 20 meters away now, then 15. I could hear sounds, wet, clicking noises that might have been breathing, or might have been something trying to form words. Then, with a roar that sounded like salvation, the engine caught and fired. Glenn slammed it into gear without waiting for it to warm up, and we lurched forward, our camp supplies sliding and crashing in the truck bed. The headlights swept across the clearing as Glenn cranked the wheel, bringing us around to face the rough track that led back toward civilization. In that brief moment when the headlights passed across where the figure had been, I saw it clearly. It was less than 10 meters away, close enough that I could see its face in full detail. The stretched skin, the too many teeth in that gaping mouth, eyes that reflected our light with an intelligence that was worse than any mindless monster could have been. And it was smiling. Not the automatic stretching of facial muscles, but a deliberate expression that conveyed recognition, amusement, and something that might have been anticipation, as if this was all a game, and it was enjoying watching us scramble to escape. Then we were moving, bouncing over the rough ground, leaving the clearing and that thing behind. I twisted in my seat, looking back through the rear window, and saw it standing exactly where we'd left it, perfectly still now, watching us retreat. The light from our torches in the truck bed illuminated it for several long seconds as we drove away, and I watched it the entire time, unable to look away despite every instinct telling me to turn around, to pretend I hadn't seen it clearly. Just before we lost sight of the clearing, the figure raised one impossibly long arm and waved a slow, deliberate gesture that was somehow more terrifying than any aggressive action could have been. Neither of us spoke for the first hour. Glenn drove with intense focus, navigating the rough track in darkness with only our headlights to guide us. I sat rigid in the passenger seat, rifle still across my lap, checking the mirrors obsessively for any sign of pursuit. The track was even worse at night, every bump and hole magnified by the darkness. Several times the truck's undercarriage scraped against high spots, the sound of metal on rock making us both flinch. Glenn didn't slow down. If anything, he pushed harder, taking corners faster than was safe, gunning the engine over rough sections that should have been crawled across carefully. My mind kept returning to those last moments in the clearing. The figure's face, that unnatural smile, the wave. What had we seen? My rational mind tried to find explanations. Someone with a severe medical condition, maybe something that caused unusual bone growth and emaciation, but that didn't explain the movement, the grace, the intelligent gleam in those pale eyes, and it definitely didn't explain how it had mimicked Glenn's voice, or why it had been circling our camp for hours. "What did you see?" I finally asked, my voice hoarse. "When you went into the trees, what did you see that made you want to leave?" Glenn's hands tightened on the steering wheel, knuckles going white. For a long moment, I thought he wouldn't answer. Then he spoke, his voice carefully controlled. "Bones," he said quietly. "A pile of them just inside the tree line. Animal mostly, kangaroo, pig, maybe wallaby. But," he paused, swallowing hard. "But there were others too. A boot with the foot still in it, shreds of clothing, evidence of a campfire, supplies scattered around. Someone had been there, maybe weeks ago, maybe months, and they didn't leave." The implications of that statement washed over me like cold water. Someone else had camped at Barker's Creek. Someone who hadn't made it out. "We need to tell the police," I said. "We will. Soon as we get somewhere with reception. But first we need to get the hell out of this area." We drove through the night, neither of us willing to stop even for a moment. Glenn kept the truck moving, even when the track became barely navigable. Even when we scraped the undercarriage so hard I was certain we'd torn something important loose. The normal 9-hour drive back to civilization took us nearly 6, Glenn pushing the truck to its limits and beyond. Dawn was breaking when we finally reached sealed road, and with it the first signs of the modern world. Road signs, fence lines, power poles stringing along the highway. The sight of these ordinary things brought a rush of relief so intense I felt lightheaded. "We made it," I said, though the words felt insufficient for what we'd survived. Glenn nodded, some of the tension finally leaving his shoulders. "We did. But Chris," he glanced at me, his expression serious, "what we saw back there, we need to decide what we're going to tell people. The police, your mom, Anyone who asks why we came back early. What do you mean? We tell them the truth. The truth, Glenn said slowly, is going to sound insane. We'll say we saw someone stalking our camp, found evidence of another camper who might have come to harm, and decided to leave for safety reasons. That's all true. But the rest of it, the thing we saw, the voice calling your name, if we start talking about that, people are going to think we had some kind of shared hysteria, or that we're making it up for attention. I wanted to argue, wanted to insist that we tell everything exactly as it happened. But I could already imagine the skeptical looks, the gentle suggestions that exhaustion and fear had played tricks on us, the unspoken questions about our mental state. So we just keep it to ourselves? We know what happened, Glenn said. That's what matters. We survived. We're here. We're safe. Some things don't need to be shared with people who weren't there. We stopped at the first town large enough to have a police station, a dusty outback settlement with a population that probably didn't crack 300. The local sergeant listened to our story with the kind of professional attention that suggested he'd heard plenty of strange tales from the bush. When Glenn described finding the remains, the sergeant's expression shifted to genuine concern. "You're sure about the location?" he asked, making notes on a pad that looked like it had been used for grocery lists and duty rosters alike. Glenn provided coordinates from his GPS unit. Should be able to find it easy enough. The camp's still set up, mostly. We left in a hurry. And you didn't see anyone else in the area? No other vehicles? Nothing, Glenn confirmed. We were alone out there, or thought we were. The sergeant made more notes, asked a few more questions about timing and details, then assured us someone would check it out. Probably find it was just a campsite from years ago. People abandon gear all the time, especially if they're walking in. Doesn't necessarily mean something bad happened. But his tone suggested he didn't quite believe his own words. The bush had a way of keeping its secrets, and we all knew it. We called my mother from the station, explaining that we'd cut the trip short due to safety concerns. She was confused but relieved to hear from us, and Glenn promised we'd be home by dinner. The long drive back to Brisbane passed in a blur of exhaustion and residual adrenaline. In the weeks that followed, I learned that a police team had visited Barker's Creek. They confirmed finding what Glenn had described, evidence of an old campsite, scattered remains that were sent for analysis. The official report concluded they were animal bones, the boot and clothing abandoned gear, nothing to suggest foul play. The case was noted and filed away. Glenn and I never talked about it again, not in any detailed way. Sometimes I'd catch him looking at me with an expression that suggested he was remembering that night, thinking about what we'd seen. Once, when I was loading gear for a weekend camping trip with school friends, he pulled me aside. "Stick to the popular campgrounds," he said quietly. "Places with other people around. The deep bush, it's not always safe. Not in the way you'd think." I nodded, understanding what he wasn't saying. We'd stumbled onto something at Barker's Creek, something that had been there long before us and would probably be there long after. Something that had learned to mimic human voices, to stalk and watch, to wait in the darkness for the unwary. Glenn passed away 3 years later. A heart attack at a job site. He went quick, they said. Probably didn't even know it was happening. At his funeral, I thought about that night, about how he'd charged into the darkness to check on strange sounds, how he'd found the evidence that suggested we weren't the first to camp at that cursed clearing, how he'd gotten us out safely despite his own terror. I'm older now, married with 2 kids of my own. They sometimes ask about going camping, and I struggle with how to answer. Part of me wants to share Glenn's love of the wilderness with them, to teach them the skills he taught me. But another part, the part that still sees that pale face in my nightmares, the part that still hears my name called in a voice that wasn't Glenn's, wants to keep them far from the deep bush and whatever lurks there. I compromise. We camp at established sites, places with other families around, with rangers nearby, with cell phone reception. My children think I'm overprotective. My wife thinks I'm just being sensible. Neither knows the full story of what happened at Barker's Creek 13 years ago. But sometimes, On clear nights when we're sitting around our carefully managed campfire at some well-populated holiday park, I'll hear something in the distance, a sound that's almost but not quite human, a voice calling from the darkness, and I'll remember that thing standing in our headlights, watching us flee with what I can only describe as patient amusement. I'll remember the pile of bones Glenn found, evidence of someone who camped where they shouldn't have. I'll remember the footprints circling our tents, the hours of stalking before it revealed itself. And I'll remember Glenn's final words to me about the bush. It's not always safe, not in the way you'd think. The wilderness is beautiful, mysterious, and ancient, but it doesn't belong to us, not really. We're visitors in a world that existed long before human civilization and will continue long after we're gone. Most of the time, that's fine. We camp and hike and explore, and nothing happens except memories of good times in nature. But sometimes, rarely, thankfully, we stumble onto something that reminds us we're not at the top of the food chain everywhere. We're not the only intelligent things that call the wild places home. And some of those other things have learned about us, studied us, maybe even developed their own methods of dealing with human intrusion into their territory. I don't know what we saw at Barker's Creek. I've researched, read accounts of strange sightings, tried to find reports of similar encounters. I've found a few stories that sound familiar. Campers fleeing remote sites in terror, hikers reporting being stalked through the bush, voices calling from the darkness, but nothing concrete, nothing that gives me answers. Maybe it was a person with severe mental and physical illness living wild in the bush. Maybe it was some animal I don't have a name for, something that's learned to stand upright and mimic sounds. Maybe it was something else entirely, something that doesn't fit into the neat categories our civilization has created for sorting the world. Whatever it was, it's still out there. The bush is vast, unexplored in many places, and Queensland's wilderness holds more secrets than any of us realize. Most people will never encounter anything more dangerous than a snake or a cranky cassowary. Their camping trips will be exactly what they expect, a chance to disconnect and enjoy nature's beauty. But a very small number, the unlucky ones, will stumble into the wrong place at the wrong time. They'll feel the weight of unseen eyes watching from the darkness. They'll hear their names called and familiar voices from impossible directions. They'll see something that doesn't quite fit, something that their rational minds will struggle to process. If you're one of those unlucky ones, my advice is simple. Leave immediately. Don't try to investigate. Don't try to rationalize it. Don't convince yourself you're being paranoid. Pack up as quickly as you can and get back to civilization. The wilderness will always be there for another trip, another time, another place. But if you ignore the warning signs, if you stay when every instinct is screaming at you to flee, you might end up like that person whose boot Glenn found. Another scattered collection of remains in a remote clearing, evidence of someone who camped where they shouldn't have, who stayed when they should have run. I carry a reminder of that night everywhere I go. Not a physical object, but something just as permanent. It's the knowledge that the world is stranger and more dangerous than most people realize. It's the memory of a face that wasn't quite human, of intelligence behind pale eyes, of something that had learned to hunt humans the way we hunt animals. And it's the absolute certainty that if I ever by accident or misfortune find myself at a place like Barker's Creek again, I'll recognize it immediately. I'll feel that same oppressive weight of being watched, that same wrongness in the air, and I'll leave without hesitation, without second guessing, without waiting to see what emerges from the trees. Glenn understood that in a way I didn't, not at first. He'd spent his whole life in the bush, had probably encountered strange things before that night, had learned which boundaries shouldn't be crossed. He tried to teach me not just survival skills but respect for the wilderness and awareness of its dangers, both the ones you can see and the ones you can't. I wish I could thank him for that. I wish I could tell him that his lessons probably saved both our lives that night, that his quick thinking and willingness to flee rather than fight got us home safely. I wish I could ask him if he'd encountered something similar before, if he'd known what we were dealing with even before he found those bones. But he's gone now, and I'm left with memories, questions, and a story that sounds too unbelievable to share with anyone who wasn't there. Most days that's fine. I go about my normal life, work my job, raise my kids, and that night at Barker's Creek feels like a distant nightmare. But sometimes when I'm alone, when it's dark, when the wind is blowing just right, I'll hear something that sounds almost like my name being called. And for just a moment, I'm 17 again, standing in a remote clearing, watching something that shouldn't exist smile at me with too many teeth. Those are the nights I don't get much rest. Those are the nights I remember that the world is bigger and stranger than we admit, that there are places humans probably shouldn't go, and things we're better off never meeting. This is my story. This is what happened at Barker's Creek 13 years ago. I've never told it in full before, but writing it down feels important somehow. Maybe as a warning to others who might stumble into similar situations. Maybe as a way to honor Glenn's memory and the lessons he taught me. Maybe just to prove to myself that it really happened, that I didn't imagine the whole thing. Whatever you choose to believe, whatever explanations you prefer, I can only tell you what I know. There are things in the Australian wilderness that defy easy explanation. Places where the rules work differently, where human presence is tolerated but not welcome. And if you're unlucky enough to find yourself in one of those places, your only rational choice is to leave immediately. The bush is beautiful. The bush is ancient. The bush is unforgiving. And sometimes the bush watches back. It happened back in 1994, when I was 15 years old and thought I knew everything about the world. I was a freshman in high school, part of a group that preferred weekend parties to Friday night football games. We were the kids who hung out behind the gymnasium smoking cigarettes we'd stolen from our parents, planning adventures that would inevitably get us grounded for weeks. The Creek House belonged to my friend Tyler's parents, a sprawling property about 20 miles outside our small Ohio town. The main house sat on a hill overlooking a winding creek that cut through dense woodland. But we rarely used the actual building. Instead, we'd set up camp in the cleared area beside the creek bed, where the trees formed a natural barrier between us and the rest of the world. That particular weekend in late October, 7 of us had made the trek out there. Myself, Tyler, his girlfriend Amber, my sister's friend Jessica, and 3 other kids from our circle, Ben, Troy, and Casey. The air was crisp with the promise of winter, and the leaves crunched under our feet as we hauled our sleeping bags and coolers down to our usual spot. Tyler's parents had given us permission to camp, as long as we cleaned up after ourselves and didn't burn the forest down. They were the cool parents in our group, the ones who remembered what it was like to be young and stupid. Looking back now, I wonder if they would have been so generous with their permission had they known what we were planning to bring with us. The campsite itself was perfect for a group of teenagers looking to feel independent. A natural clearing surrounded by towering oak and maple trees, with the creek gurgling softly about 30 feet away. We'd built a fire ring out of stones years earlier, and it had become our unofficial gathering place. The spot felt isolated enough to make us feel like we were truly on our own, yet close enough to the house that we could run for help if needed. As darkness fell, we gathered around the fire, roasting hot dogs and marshmallows, telling the same stories we'd told a dozen times before. The flames cast dancing shadows on the trees around us, and the temperature dropped enough that we all pulled on sweatshirts and huddled closer to the warmth. By 10 o'clock, most of the group had settled into their sleeping bags. The guys who had brought their party supplies were already lost in their own chemical-induced world, giggling at things the rest of us couldn't see. Jessica and Casey had fallen asleep almost immediately after lying down, exhausted from a long week of school and the hike down to the creek. That left just Amber and me still awake by the dying fire, listening to the sounds of the forest around us. The creek babbled constantly in the background, but there were other sounds too. Branches creaking in the wind, the distant hoot of an owl, the scurrying of small animals through the underbrush. In daylight, these sounds were comforting. In the darkness, they seemed somehow more ominous. "I brought something," Amber whispered, glancing around to make sure the others were truly asleep. She reached into her backpack and pulled out a rectangular box that I recognized immediately. The Ouija board had been making the rounds in our group for months. None of us knew exactly where it had come from. It just appeared one day at a party, and since then it had become a fixture at our gatherings. The box was worn and faded, the corners soft from handling, and the board itself showed signs of heavy use. "Are you sure we should do this out here?" I asked, though I was already reaching for my sleeping bag to use as a makeshift table. Amber grinned in the firelight. "Come on, when are we going to get a better opportunity? We're in the middle of nowhere. It's almost Halloween and everyone else is passed out. It's perfect." I had to admit she had a point. We'd used the board dozens of times before, usually in someone's basement or bedroom, but never somewhere this remote. There was something appealing about the idea of contacting whatever spirits might be lurking in these ancient woods. We spread my sleeping bag on the ground between us and the fire, positioning ourselves so we were lying on our stomachs facing each other. The board looked different in the flickering firelight. The letters seemed to glow, and the planchette cast strange shadows as Amber placed it in the center. "Ready?" she asked, placing her fingertips lightly on the plastic indicator. I positioned my own fingers opposite hers, barely touching the smooth surface. "Ready." The forest seemed to quiet around us as we began, as if even the night creatures were holding their breath to see what would happen. "Is there anyone there?" Amber spoke clearly into the darkness, her voice barely above a whisper. At first, nothing happened. The planchette remained stationary under our fingers, and I began to think this session would be like so many others. A lot of anticipation followed by disappointment. The fire popped and crackled beside us, sending sparks spiraling up into the night sky. Then I felt it. A subtle pull, so slight I almost convinced myself I was imagining it. The planchette began to move, slowly at first, then with more purpose. It glided across the board with a smoothness that sent goosebumps racing up my arms. Yes. Amber and I looked at each other across the board. In the firelight, her face was half hidden in shadow, but I could see the excitement in her eyes. This felt different from our previous sessions. There was an energy here, a presence that seemed to fill the air around us with electricity. "What's your name?" I asked, my voice coming out shakier than I intended. The planchette moved again, this time more decisively. It spelled out letters with a confidence that made my stomach clench with unease. Joker. "Joker?" Amber said aloud. "That's an interesting name." The temperature around us seemed to drop several degrees. I pulled my sweatshirt tighter, but the cold I felt wasn't coming from the outside. It was seeping up from somewhere deep inside, a bone-deep chill that had nothing to do with the October night. "Are you from around here?" Amber continued, apparently unaffected by the growing sense of dread that was washing over me. The planchette moved to yes without hesitation. "How long have you been here?" I asked, though part of me was already regretting opening this line of communication. "Longtime." The answer came quickly, almost impatiently. There was something about the way the planchette moved now that was different from our previous experiences. Usually, it would drift slowly from letter to letter, sometimes hesitating or circling back. But this entity, this Joker, moved with purpose and speed, as if it had been waiting for this opportunity to communicate. "What do you want?" Amber asked. The pause that followed lasted long enough for me to hope that maybe the connection had been broken, that whatever we had contacted had moved on to bother someone else. But then the planchette lurched into motion again, moving so violently that both Amber and I had to grip it to keep our fingers in contact. "TOPLAY. To play?" I repeated. "What kind of game?" The planchette began moving in circles, faster and faster, until I was afraid it might fly off the board entirely. Then it stopped abruptly on a single letter. DEATH. The word hung in the air between us like a physical presence. The fire behind us seemed to dim, and the sounds of the forest faded until all I could hear was my own heartbeat thundering in my ears. "That's not funny," Amber said, but her voice was tight with fear now. The planchette moved again, slowly this time, deliberately. "WHOSAID. IWASJOKING. I wanted to lift my hands from the planchette, to end this session immediately and put the board away. Every instinct I had was screaming at me to stop, to break the connection before things went any further. But I found myself frozen in place, unable to move, as if some invisible force was holding me there. "We should probably say goodbye," I managed to whisper. "Wait," Amber said. "Ask it something else. Ask it how it's going to play this death game." "Amber, no, this doesn't feel right." But she was already speaking to the board again. "How are you going to play this game with us?" The planchette began moving immediately, spelling out letters with that same frightening confidence. KILLYOU. The words hit me like a physical blow. I tried again to lift my hands from the planchette, but they wouldn't obey. It was as if they were glued to the plastic surface, held there by some force I couldn't understand. "You're going to kill us?" I said, trying to inject some skepticism into my voice. "How?" It was a stupid question, born of teenage bravado and the kind of reckless curiosity that gets people into trouble. But even as the words left my mouth, I regretted them. The planchette moved to spell out a single word that made my blood freeze in my veins. TREE. Tree, Amber laughed, but it was a nervous sound that echoed strangely in the darkness around us. "How are you going to kill us with a tree?" I looked up at the massive oak that towered above our campsite. Its branches stretched out over us like gnarled arms, some of them thick as a person's torso. In the flickering firelight, they seemed to move and shift, creating patterns of shadow that played tricks on my eyes. "That's ridiculous," I said, though my voice lacked conviction. "Trees don't just fall on people." The planchette began moving again, but this time it wasn't spelling out words. Instead, it was moving in aggressive, jerky motions across the board, as if whatever was controlling it was agitated by our skepticism. Then it stopped dead center on the letter Y for yes. "This is stupid," I said, finally finding the strength to pull my hands away from the planchette. "We're sitting under trees, of course it would say tree. It's just our subconscious." The crack was so loud it sounded like a gunshot going off directly above our heads. I looked up just in time to see a massive branch breaking free from the oak tree. A piece of wood easily 6 feet long and thick as my arm. Time seemed to slow as it tumbled end over end through the darkness, spinning with deadly precision. It hit the ground with a sickening thud, landing point first in the dirt between my legs, so close that I could feel the displaced air brush against my thighs. If I had been sitting just 6 inches forward, it would have impaled me through the chest. Amber and I screamed simultaneously, scrambling backward away from the makeshift spear that now stood upright in the ground like some primitive weapon. The branch had buried itself nearly a foot deep in the packed earth, testament to the force with which it had fallen. "Oh God, oh God, oh God," Amber was chanting, her eyes wide with terror. I reached out with a shaking hand to touch the branch. It was real, solid, definitely not some hallucination brought on by teenage imagination. The bark was rough under my fingertips, and I could smell the fresh sap where it had torn free from the tree. "That was just a coincidence," I said, but even I didn't believe it. Old trees drop branches all the time. The wind must have, but there was no wind. The night air was perfectly still, so calm that the smoke from our fire was rising straight up without the slightest waver. "We should stop," Amber whispered. "We should put the board away." But even as she said it, I could see that she didn't want to stop any more than I did. Yes, we were terrified, but we were also exhilarated. We had made contact with something real, something powerful. After months of disappointing sessions with unclear messages and barely moving planchettes, we had finally connected with an entity that could actually affect the physical world. "Let's just move away from the trees," I suggested, though my heart was still racing from our near-death experience. We gathered up the board and moved to the other side of the fire, closer to the creek where the tree cover was thinner. The water gurgled softly beside us, and I found the sound somewhat comforting after the terrifying silence that had preceded the falling branch. We repositioned ourselves on another sleeping bag, this time sitting cross-legged facing each other across the board. The planchette was still resting where we had left it in the center, seemingly innocent now, just a piece of plastic shaped like a teardrop. "Are you still there?" Amber asked as we placed our fingers back on the indicator. The response was immediate and forceful, the planchette jerking to yes with such violence that it nearly flew off the board. "That didn't work," I said, trying to sound braver than I felt. "The tree thing. We're still alive." I was taunting it, I knew, but I couldn't help myself. The combination of fear and adrenaline was making me reckless, pushing me to see just how far this entity was willing to go. The planchette began moving slowly across the board, spelling out letters with deliberate precision. "Notdone. "What else can you do?" Amber asked, and I could hear the same dangerous curiosity in her voice that I felt in my own chest. This time the answer came so quickly that I could barely keep up with the spelling. "Fire." The moment the planchette finished spelling out fire, I felt the temperature around us begin to change. Not cooler this time, but warmer, much warmer, as if someone had opened the door to a furnace somewhere nearby. "Fire?" I repeated, glancing nervously at our campfire. "What do you mean, fire?" The flames that had been burning steadily beside us for hours suddenly began to dance and flicker erratically. They jumped higher, reaching toward the sky with hungry tongues of orange and red that seemed to have a life of their own. Amber gripped the planchette tighter, her knuckles white in the firelight. "This is really happening," she whispered. "This is actually happening." The fire continued to grow, fed by some invisible force that had nothing to do with wind or additional fuel. The flames stretched upward, reaching twice their previous height, and I could feel the heat washing over us in waves that made sweat break out across my forehead. Then something impossible happened. A tendril of flame detached itself from the main fire and arced through the air toward us like a living thing. It moved with purpose, reaching across the space between the fire ring and our position with terrifying speed. I threw myself backward, pulling Amber with me, just as the flame passed through the spot where my head had been seconds before. I could feel the heat singe the hair on my arms, could smell the acrid scent of burning as the flame passed so close to my face that I thought my eyebrows might catch fire. The flame didn't dissipate as it should have. Instead, it hovered in the air for a moment, a floating ribbon of fire that defied every law of physics I had ever learned. Then it snapped back to the main fire like a rubber band returning to its original shape. Both Amber and I were on our feet now, backing away from the board and the fire with our hearts hammering against our ribs. The sleeping bags we had been using were singed where the flame had passed over them, thin lines of char marking its passage. "We have to end this," I said, my voice shaking, "right now." But even as I spoke, I could see that the fire wasn't done with us. It was pulsing now, expanding and contracting like something breathing, and with each pulse it grew brighter and hotter. The heat was becoming unbearable, forcing us to retreat further and further from our campsite. "How do we stop it?" Amber cried. I remembered reading about Ouija board safety in some book or magazine, probably something my sister had left lying around. "We have to say goodbye," I shouted over the roar of the flames. "We have to officially end the session." We rushed back to the board, the heat washing over us in waves that made it hard to breathe. The planchette was still sitting in the center, and I could swear it was glowing with its own inner light. "Goodbye," I shouted, placing my fingers on the indicator. "We're saying goodbye now." But the planchette wouldn't move to the goodbye corner. Instead, it fought against our attempts to guide it there, pulling in the opposite direction with a strength that seemed impossible for such a small object. "It won't let us go," Amber gasped, sweat streaming down her face from the incredible heat. The fire continued to grow, and now I could see flames beginning to lick at the bases of nearby trees. If this continued much longer, we would have a forest fire on our hands, and there would be no way to explain how it had started. "Goodbye," I screamed again, using both hands to force the planchette toward the appropriate spot on the board. "We're done. This session is over." For a moment the planchette resisted, pulling against my grip like a living thing trying to escape. Then, suddenly, it went limp under my hands and slid easily to the goodbye corner. The effect was immediate and dramatic. The fire collapsed back to its normal size, as if someone had thrown a bucket of water on it. The flames that had been threatening to spread to the surrounding trees simply disappeared, leaving no trace of their existence except for the singed sleeping bags and the smell of smoke that hung heavy in the air. Amber and I sat there for a long moment, breathing heavily and staring at the now normal campfire. Our friends were still sleeping peacefully in their bags, completely unaware of what had just transpired. "Did that really just happen?" Amber whispered. I looked at the scorch marks on our sleeping bags, felt the heat still radiating from my flushed skin, and nodded slowly. Yeah, it really happened. We packed up the Ouija board in silence, neither of us speaking about what we had experienced. There didn't seem to be words for it anyway. How do you describe the moment when reality breaks down and the impossible becomes terrifyingly real? But as we settled into our sleeping bags for what remained of the night, I had the unsettling feeling that this wasn't over. The entity that called itself Joker had demonstrated its power twice now, and both times it had nearly killed me. I couldn't shake the feeling that it wasn't done with me yet. I lay awake until dawn, watching the trees above us for any sign of movement, listening to every sound the forest made, and trying to convince myself that what had happened was just some kind of mass hallucination brought on by teenage imagination and the power of suggestion. But deep down I knew better. Something had followed us out of that board, something dark and malevolent that had marked me for its own deadly game. And I was beginning to suspect that the game was far from over. 3 months passed before I encountered the Ouija board again. 3 months during which I tried to convince myself that what had happened at the Creek House had been some kind of shared delusion, a trick of the mind brought on by the isolated setting and teenage hormones. But the scorch marks on those sleeping bags were real enough, and Tyler's parents had found them when we packed up the next morning. They had asked questions about the fire, wondering if we had been careless with our safety. We had made up some story about sparks from green wood, but I could see the doubt in their eyes. School had resumed after winter break, and life had fallen into its normal pattern of classes, homework, and weekend parties. Amber and I rarely talked about that night, though I sometimes caught her looking at me with a strange expression when she thought I wasn't watching. But by late May, when the weather turned warm and school was winding down for the summer, the events at the Creek House had faded enough in my memory that I was beginning to think they might actually have been some kind of bizarre coincidence. That's when my sister suggested we spend the afternoon at our stepfather's automotive shop. Gary owned a small garage on the outskirts of town, the kind of place where local farmers brought their tractors for repair, and teenagers took their first cars for oil changes they couldn't afford to do anywhere else. The main shop was in front, filled with hydraulic lifts and the smell of motor oil, but Gary had converted the back room into a sort of living space where he could take breaks during long repair jobs. The back room wasn't much to look at. Concrete floors, cinder block walls painted an industrial green, and 2 sets of metal bunk beds that Gary had bought surplus from a local military base. But it had a television, a small refrigerator, and enough space for a group of teenagers to hang out without bothering the customers in the front of the shop. My sister and I often spent summer afternoons there with our friends, playing cards or watching soap operas on the old television while Gary worked on cars in the front. It was better than being at home anyway, where our mother would find chores for us to do. That particular afternoon, Jessica and Casey were with us, the same girls who had been sleeping peacefully at the Creek House while Amber and I were nearly killed by supernatural forces. They had brought along some magazines and a deck of cards, and we had been playing a lazy game of poker using pennies for stakes. Around 3 o'clock, Jessica reached into her backpack and pulled out a familiar rectangular box. "Anyone want to try this?" she asked casually, as if she were suggesting we switch to a different card game. My stomach clenched the moment I saw the Ouija board. It was the same one from that night at the Creek House. I was sure of it. The same worn box, the same faded corners, the same sense of something dark waiting patiently inside. "Where did you get that?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. It's been making the rounds, Jessica said with a shrug. I think Tyler's girlfriend had it before me. Amber. Of course. She must have taken it home after that night, and now it was circulating through our group again like some kind of cursed chain letter. I don't think that's a good idea, I said. Oh, come on, Casey chimed in. It's just a game. Don't tell me you actually believe in this stuff. My sister looked at me with curiosity. She knew something had happened at the Creek House. I had been jumpy and strange for weeks afterward, but I had never told her the details. We tried it once before, I said carefully. It didn't go well. What happened? Jessica asked, her eyes lighting up with interest. I looked around the room, taking in the concrete walls and metal beds, the single stepladder that led up to the top bunks. It felt safe here, solid and mundane. Surely nothing supernatural could happen in such an ordinary place. Nothing, I said finally. Just weird coincidences. See, Casey said triumphantly. It's all just coincidence and suggestion. Come on, it'll be fun. Before I could object further, Jessica had opened the box and spread the board out on the concrete floor between the bunk beds. The familiar letters seemed to gleam in the fluorescent lighting, and I felt that same chill I had experienced months earlier at the Creek House. I don't want to do this, I said. But even as I spoke, I found myself moving closer to the board. There was something compelling about it, something that drew me in despite my better judgment. Part of it was curiosity. I wanted to know if what had happened that night was real, or if I had simply imagined the whole thing. But there was something else too, a darker impulse that whispered that I needed to face this thing again, to prove to myself that I wasn't afraid. We arranged ourselves around the board, sitting cross-legged on the cold concrete. Jessica placed the planchette in the center, and we all reached out to touch it with our fingertips. Is anyone there? Jessica asked. The planchette remained motionless for several long minutes, and I began to hope that maybe whatever had been in that board had moved on, had found someone else to torment. Then it began to move, slowly at first, then with growing confidence. Yes. Who are you? Casey asked. My heart was already racing before the planchette finished spelling out its answer. Deep down, I think I knew what it was going to say. Joker. The temperature in the back room dropped at least 10 degrees the moment the planchette finished spelling out that cursed name. I could see my breath misting in the suddenly frigid air, and goosebumps raced up my arms like tiny insects scurrying under my skin. Joker? Jessica repeated, seemingly unaware of the dramatic change in atmosphere. That's a weird name for a spirit. We should stop, I said urgently. But my voice came out as barely a whisper. Casey laughed. Why? This is just getting interesting. Ask it something else. My sister was watching me carefully now, reading the fear in my expression. She knew something was wrong, even if she didn't understand what. What do you want? Jessica continued, ignoring my obvious distress. The planchette moved with that same frightening confidence I remembered from the Creek House, spelling out its answer with deliberate precision. Her. Her? Casey said. Who do you mean? The planchette moved to point directly at me, and I felt as if someone had just walked over my grave. This thing, this Joker, had followed me here. It wasn't just some random encounter at a remote campsite. It was personal. Why her? My sister asked, speaking for the first time since we had started the session. TOFINISHTHEGAME. The words hung in the air like a death sentence. I wanted to lift my hands from the planchette, to break the connection and end this nightmare before it could begin again. But just like that night at the Creek House, I found that I couldn't move. My fingers were frozen to the plastic surface as if they had been welded there. What game? Jessica asked. KILLINGHER. The concrete walls around us seemed to close in, and the fluorescent lights overhead began to flicker erratically. The steady hum of the air conditioning that had been running all afternoon suddenly cut out, leaving us in an unnatural silence that was broken only by the sound of our increasingly rapid breathing. This isn't funny anymore, my sister said. But her voice was shaking. How are you going to kill her? Casey asked. apparently still convinced this was all just an elaborate game. The planchette moved to spell out a single word that made my blood freeze. Spiders. Spiders. I looked around the concrete room, noting all the dark corners and crevices where arachnids might hide. The back room had always been dusty and neglected, the kind of place where spiders would naturally congregate. Spiders? Jessica laughed nervously. That's ridiculous. How are spiders going to kill anyone? But I was remembering something Gary had told us about the building when he first bought it. It had been abandoned for years before he turned it into his shop. And during that time it had become home to all sorts of creatures. He had mentioned finding black widow nests in some of the darker corners, and he had warned us to be careful when moving boxes or reaching into shadowy spaces. We need to say goodbye, I managed to force out through lips that felt numb with cold. Right now? Not yet, Casey protested. This is just getting good. But Jessica was looking around the room now with growing unease. Actually, maybe we should. The planchette lurched into motion again, moving so violently that it nearly flew off the board. Tonight? Tonight? My sister whispered. The planchette moved to yes, then began circling the board frantically, as if whatever was controlling it was becoming agitated or excited. Goodbye, I said firmly, using all my strength to try to guide the planchette to the appropriate corner of the board. We're saying goodbye now. For a moment, it resisted, pulling against my grip with that same impossible strength I remembered from the Creek House. Then suddenly, it went limp and allowed itself to be moved to the goodbye corner. The lights stopped flickering, and the air conditioning hummed back to life. The temperature began to return to normal, though I was still shivering from more than just the cold. That was intense, Jessica said, but she was already packing up the board with hands that shook slightly. Casey was looking around the room suspiciously, as if she was finally beginning to understand that something genuinely frightening had just occurred. I think I want to go home, my sister said quietly. We all agreed that it was time to leave. Jessica packed up the board and stuffed it back in her backpack, though I noticed she handled it much more carefully than she had when she first took it out. Gary was in the front of the shop when we emerged from the back room, wrestling with a stubborn carburetor from an old Ford pickup. He looked up as we passed. You girls leaving already? He asked. I thought you were going to hang out for a while. We changed our minds, my sister said. He looked at us more carefully, noting our pale faces and nervous energy. Everything okay back there? Fine, I said quickly. We're just ready to go home. Gary shrugged and turned back to his work. Suit yourselves. Lock up the back room when you leave, would you? We did as he asked, making sure the door was securely locked behind us. As we walked to our bikes, I noticed that the sun was already beginning to set, painting the sky in shades of orange and red that reminded me uncomfortably of fire. Are you really going to stay here tonight? Jessica asked me as we prepared to part ways. I have to, I said. Gary's working late on that Ford, and my sister is going home with her mother. I'm supposed to keep him company and help close up. It was true. Gary often worked late when he had a difficult repair job, and he liked having someone around to hand him tools and keep him company. Usually I enjoyed these evenings at the shop, but tonight, the thought of being alone in that back room filled me with dread. Maybe you should go home too, Casey suggested. I shook my head. I already promised. Besides, it's just a stupid board game, right? Nothing is really going to happen. But even as I said the words, I didn't believe them. The entity that called itself Joker had made a promise, and based on what I had experienced at the Creek House, I had no reason to doubt its ability to follow through. As my friends rode away on their bikes, I stood in the parking lot of Gary's shop and watched the sun disappear behind the horizon. Darkness was coming, and with it the fulfillment of whatever twisted game Joker had been planning. I had no choice but to wait and see what form my death would take this time. Gary worked until nearly 11 o'clock that night, cursing steadily at the carburetor that refused to cooperate with his efforts to rebuild it. I sat nearby, handing him tools when he asked and trying to distract myself by reading old automotive magazines. But I couldn't concentrate on the articles about engine modifications and tire reviews. My mind kept drifting back to that single word the planchette had spelled out: spiders. Every shadow in the shop seemed to move with potential threats, and I found myself constantly checking the corners of the room for signs of eight-legged creatures. "You're jumpy tonight," Gary observed, wiping grease from his hands with an old rag. "Something bothering you?" "Just tired," I lied. He studied me for a moment, then shrugged. "Well, I'm done for tonight. This thing is going to have to wait until tomorrow when I can get some parts from the supply house." My heart sank. I had been hoping he would work through the night, that I wouldn't have to face whatever Joker had planned for me alone. "Can't you work on something else?" I asked desperately. Gary raised an eyebrow. "It's 11 o'clock on a school night. Don't you think you should be getting some rest?" "I'm not tired," I said, which was true. The adrenaline coursing through my system was keeping me wide awake. "Well, I am." He began putting away his tools, storing them in the organized system he had developed over years of practice. "You're welcome to stay in the back room if you want. Your mother knows you're here, right?" I nodded. My mother often let me spend the night at Gary's shop when he was working late. She trusted him completely, and it was easier than having him drive me home at midnight. "All right then. I'll see you in the morning." Gary headed for the front door, turning off lights as he went. Soon the main shop was plunged into darkness, leaving only the back room illuminated by its harsh fluorescent fixtures. I stood in the doorway between the shop and the back room, listening as Gary's truck started up and pulled out of the parking lot. The sound of the engine faded into the distance, leaving me utterly alone. The back room looked exactly as it had that afternoon, but somehow it felt different now, more ominous. The metal bunk beds cast sharp shadows on the concrete walls, and the stepladder to the upper bunks looked precarious and unstable. I had brought a sleeping bag from home, and I spread it out on one of the lower bunks, trying to convince myself that everything would be fine. I was just going to sleep, and in the morning this whole nightmare would be over. But even as I tried to settle down for the night, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. The shadows in the corners of the room seemed to shift and move when I wasn't looking directly at them, and the fluorescent lights buzzed with an irregular rhythm that set my nerves on edge. I lay down on the sleeping bag and closed my eyes, trying to force myself to relax. Maybe nothing would happen. Maybe the whole thing had been just an elaborate psychological game, my own mind playing tricks on me. That's when I heard the first sound. It was soft at first, so quiet that I almost missed it over the hum of the lights. A rustling like dry leaves being stirred by a gentle breeze. But there were no leaves in the back room and no breeze to stir them. I opened my eyes and sat up, scanning the room for the source of the noise. At first I saw nothing unusual. Then my gaze fell on the upper bunk directly across from me, and my heart nearly stopped. There was something moving up there in the shadows. Something small and dark that scuttled quickly out of sight when the light hit it. A spider. I told myself it was nothing, just a common house spider looking for a dark place to hide. But then I saw another one, and another, emerging from cracks in the concrete walls and spaces between the ceiling tiles. Within minutes, the room was alive with movement. Dozens of spiders were descending from the ceiling on silken strands, their dark bodies visible against the harsh white light. They were everywhere, on the walls, on the ceiling, crawling across the floor with purposeful determination. But these weren't ordinary house spiders. They were larger, darker, and they moved with a coordination that seemed impossible for such simple creatures. They were working together, weaving an elaborate web that stretched from the head of my bunk to the foot, creating a canopy of silk above me. I tried to get up, to run for the door, but I found that my body wouldn't obey. It was as if I was paralyzed, able to see and hear and think, but unable to move. I could only lie there and watch as the spiders continued their work, spinning their web with terrifying efficiency. The web grew thicker and more complex with each passing moment. Soon it formed a complete enclosure around the upper bunk, sealing me in with walls of sticky silk. I could see the spiders moving on the other side of the web, their dark shapes visible through the translucent strands. Then one of them began to descend toward my face. It was a black widow, I realized with growing horror. I could see the distinctive red hourglass marking on its abdomen as it lowered itself on a single strand of silk. It was headed directly for my mouth, and there was nothing I could do to stop it. The paralysis that held me was complete. I couldn't even close my eyes or turn my head away as the deadly spider continued its descent. I could only watch as it came closer and closer, knowing that its bite would almost certainly be fatal. 6 inches from my face. 4 inches. 2. The spider paused, hanging just above my lips, as if it was savoring this moment of terror. I could see every detail of its glossy black body, could almost feel the venom dripping from its fangs. Then something inside me snapped. With a surge of adrenaline-fueled strength, I broke free from whatever force had been holding me immobile. I rolled to my right, off the bunk and toward the stepladder, forgetting in my panic that I was on the upper level. I fell hard, my head missing the metal stepladder by inches. I hit the concrete floor with an impact that knocked the wind out of me and sent pain shooting through my shoulder. But the pain was nothing compared to the relief of being free from that web of death. I scrambled to my feet and looked back at the bunk where I had been lying. There was nothing there. No web, no spiders, no sign that anything unusual had occurred at all. I stood there for a long moment, breathing heavily and staring at the perfectly normal upper bunk. Had I imagined the whole thing? Had it been some kind of nightmare so vivid that it seemed real? But the pain in my shoulder was real enough, and I could feel the beginnings of what would probably be spectacular bruises forming where I had hit the floor. I looked around the room one more time, checking every corner and shadow for signs of 8-legged threats, but there was nothing. Just concrete walls, metal beds, and the steady hum of fluorescent lights. It took me several minutes to work up the courage to turn off the lights and try to go to sleep. Even then, I kept the sleeping bag pulled up over my head and listened for any sound that might indicate the return of Joker's arachnid army. But the rest of the night passed without incident, and when Gary arrived the next morning, he found me sleeping peacefully on the lower bunk with no memory of how I had gotten there. I never told anyone the complete truth about what happened that night in Gary's shop. How could I? Who would believe that I had been nearly killed by supernatural spiders that vanished the moment I broke free from their web? Instead, I explained my bruises by saying I had fallen out of the upper bunk while sleeping, which wasn't entirely untrue. Gary accepted this explanation without question. He had fallen out of beds himself as a kid, and he knew how easy it was to get disoriented in an unfamiliar sleeping arrangement. But I knew what I had experienced, and I knew that it wasn't over. The entity that called itself Joker had tried to kill me 3 times now, and each attempt had been more elaborate and terrifying than the last. The falling branch at the Creek House could possibly be explained as coincidence. The fire that had reached out to grab me was harder to dismiss, but could theoretically be attributed to some kind of freak atmospheric phenomenon. But the spiders were different. There was no natural explanation for what I had experienced in that back room. The coordination, the web building, the perfect timing, it all pointed to an intelligence behind the attack, a malevolent consciousness that was using the spirit board as a gateway into our world. Over the following weeks, I found myself constantly looking over my shoulder, waiting for the next attempt on my life. Every creaking branch made me think of falling trees. Every flickering candle reminded me of flames that moved with purpose. Every spider web in a corner made my skin crawl with remembered terror. But as the summer progressed and nothing happened, I began to wonder if perhaps the game was finally over. Maybe Joker had grown bored with me. Maybe 3 failed attempts had been enough to satisfy whatever twisted need drove it to hunt humans. I was wrong, of course. The game wasn't over. It was just changing. I began to notice that the Ouija board was showing up more frequently at parties and gatherings. Always the same board, always producing the same entity when contacted. But Joker seemed to have lost interest in me specifically. Instead, it was spreading its influence, making contact with other members of our group. Tyler told me about a session where the planchette had spelled out detailed predictions about his future. Predictions that later came true with unsettling accuracy. Amber described a night when the board had revealed personal secrets that no one else should have known. Jessica mentioned strange dreams that began after her session in Gary's shop, dreams filled with dark figures and threatening voices. It was as if Joker was building a network, establishing connections with as many people as possible. But why? What was the purpose of expanding its influence beyond our small group? I got my answer on a warm evening in August, exactly 1 year after my first encounter with the entity at the Creek House. I was at another party, this one at Ben's house, while his parents were out of town. The usual crowd was there, plus a few newer faces, kids who had recently joined our group and were eager to fit in with the older teenagers. Someone had brought the board, of course. They always did now. It had become as much a fixture at our parties as beer and cigarettes, a guaranteed source of entertainment and thrills. But this time was different. This time, when we made contact with Joker, it had a message specifically for me. TIMETOCHOOSE. Choose what? I asked, though I had a sinking feeling that I already knew the answer. THEMORYOU. The room fell silent as everyone processed what the entity was proposing. It was offering me a choice, my life or the lives of my friends. What do you mean? Someone whispered. STOPPLAYINGANDTHEYDIE. The ultimatum was clear. If I refused to continue the game, to continue being hunted by this supernatural predator, it would turn its attention to everyone else in our group. The people I cared about would become targets in my place. How do I know you'll keep your word? I asked. The planchette moved to spell out a single word that chilled me to the bone. TRUST. And somehow, horribly, I did trust it. This entity, this Joker, had shown me its power repeatedly. It had proven that it could reach into our world and cause real harm. If it said it would kill my friends, I believed it would find a way to do exactly that. I need time to think, I said. TOMORROW. The session ended abruptly after that. The planchette going dead under our fingers as if someone had simply turned off a switch. But the weight of the choice it had given me pressed down on my shoulders like a physical burden. I could continue playing Joker's game, knowing that it would eventually find a way to kill me, or I could refuse and watch as it systematically destroyed everyone I cared about instead. It wasn't really a choice at all. That night, I made my decision. I would continue the game, would continue to be hunted by this thing from beyond the veil of death, but I would also fight back. I would find a way to turn the tables, to become the hunter instead of the hunted. Joker wanted to play a game of death. Fine. But it was going to discover that I was a more dangerous opponent than it had bargained for. The game was far from over, but the rules were about to change. And this time, I was going to be the one setting the terms. The worst part of working in the Allegheny National Forest isn't the terrain. Though it's not friendly, it isn't the cold, the long stretches of radio silence, or even the rare encounters with black bears. It's the silence. It settles in thick, crawling under your skin like something alive, something hungry. And when you've been out here as long as I have, you start hearing things that shouldn't be there. Whispers in the wind, footsteps that match your own until you stop walking, and then keep going for 3 more steps. It was 2003, and my name's Matt Vickers. I've been with Search and Rescue for about 11 years, working out of Warren County, Pennsylvania. 11 years of dragging bodies out of ravines, finding hikers who'd been picked clean by scavengers, and discovering campsites that looked like something had exploded from the inside out. I'm the guy they send when people go missing out here, which happens more than you'd think. The statistics don't lie. Allegheny swallows at least a dozen people every year, and we're lucky if we find half of them. Funny enough, I'm not really much of a camper myself, but you go where the work is. The outdoorsy types always expect me to say I'm passionate about the wilderness, that I feel some deep connection to nature's raw beauty. Truth is, I just prefer my paycheck to come with a decent health plan. But after 11 years of walking these twisted trails, I've learned to read the forest's moods. I can tell when the air pressure drops before a storm, when the animal sounds shift from normal chatter to the kind of desperate quiet that means something's hunting. That morning started like any other. With the phone ringing at 5:47 a.m., I answered on the second ring, already knowing what I'd hear. My supervisor's voice was tight with that particular strain that comes from dealing with worried families. "We got a call about a missing hiker," he said, skipping the pleasantries. A woman about 35 hadn't checked back in after her solo trip. Named Sarah Chen. She was supposed to return yesterday. I sat up in bed, already mentally calculating distances and search grids. Solo trips aren't uncommon out here. People come to escape their lives, clear their heads, find themselves, or lose themselves depending on what they're running from. The problem is, nature doesn't care if you're looking for clarity or just want to disappear. It'll swallow you whole either way, and with Allegheny's dense forests and tricky paths that seem to shift when you're not looking directly at them, I always wonder why anyone risks it alone. Then again, I've got a twisted sense of humor about these things. Half the time when someone vanishes, I figure they probably just got tired of their suburban life and decided to start fresh somewhere else. Maybe they're sipping on a mojito in Mexico while I'm trudging through the mud, following cold trails that lead nowhere but deeper into the woods. But Sarah Chen was different. Her sister had called it in, frantic, saying Sarah never missed check-ins. She was the responsible type, the kind who planned every detail of her trips and stuck to schedules like her life depended on it. That worried me more than if she'd been some reckless adventure seeker. When the careful ones go missing, it usually means something went very wrong. I met up with the volunteer crew around noon at the ranger station. The building sat like a lonely island in an ocean of green, its windows reflecting the forest canopy in a way that made it look like the trees were watching us from inside. Local guys. Good folks. But they're more into the social aspect of the job. They want to be the hero, want to carry someone to safety and get their picture in the paper. They don't want to consider the fact that heroism out here usually involves hauling a body bag through 2 miles of undergrowth while trying not to think about what's left inside. We split into groups, and I got paired with one of the younger guys, Matt Lee. He was eager, probably mid-20s, with the kind of enthusiasm that made me feel ancient. First thing out of his mouth was a joke about how I should have retired by now. His laughter echoed off the trees in a way that made me uncomfortable. Sounds carry too far in these woods, and you never know what might hear them. "You ever think about leaving all this behind?" he asked me as we checked our gear. His pack was too heavy, loaded with equipment he'd probably never use, but I didn't have the heart to tell him that most of what we carry is psychological comfort. When you're searching for someone who's been missing for 2 days, you're rarely looking for a rescue. "I already did," I said, looking out into the woods where the shadows seemed to move independently of the swaying branches. "That's why I'm still here." The forest stretched endlessly in all directions, a maze of towering hemlocks and ancient oaks that had been growing since before the first European settlers arrived. Between the trees, the understory was thick with mountain laurel and rhododendron, creating natural barriers that could hide a person or a body just feet from a main trail. The paths themselves were deceptive, seeming to fork and merge without any logical pattern, and I'd learned long ago that the forest had its own geography that didn't always match the maps. As we prepared to head out, I noticed something that made my skin crawl. The birds were quiet, not unusual by itself, but the quality of the silence was wrong. It wasn't the peaceful quiet of a forest at rest. It was the held-breath quiet of prey animals hiding from something that hunted them. Even the insects seemed muted, their usual buzzing reduced to an occasional anxious chirp. Matt Lee was bouncing on his toes, eager to get started, but I made us wait another 10 minutes listening to the forest rhythm. That's when I heard it, a sound like branches breaking, but rhythmic, deliberate. It came from deep in the woods, probably a mile or more away, but sound travels strangely in Allegheny. Sometimes you can hear a whisper from across a valley, and sometimes you can't hear someone screaming 50 feet away. "What are we waiting for?" Matt asked. And I realized I'd been standing motionless for several minutes, just listening. "Nothing," I lied, shouldering my pack. Let's go find her. But as we walked toward the tree line, I couldn't shake the feeling that we weren't going to find Sarah Chen. Something had found her first. We trekked along the South Branch Trail for hours, following the route Sarah Chen had marked on her itinerary. The air felt off, like it was sitting heavier than it should, pressing down on us with the weight of something unseen. The trail was well maintained but narrow, winding through stands of hemlock so dense that noon felt like twilight. Every few hundred yards we'd stop and call Sarah's name, our voices swallowed by the oppressive quiet. Matt was eager, taking point and cracking jokes to fill the silence. But I couldn't shake that feeling of being watched. It wasn't paranoia. After 11 years in these woods, I'd learned to trust that itch at the back of my neck. Something was tracking us, staying just out of sight but close enough that I could feel its presence like a cold breath on my spine. The deeper we went, the more the forest seemed to change around us. The trees grew taller and more twisted, their branches reaching toward each other overhead like gnarled fingers trying to block out the sky. The undergrowth became thicker, more aggressive, with thorns that seemed to grab at our clothes and roots that appeared directly in our path. I'd hiked this trail dozens of times, but it felt different now, like the forest was deliberately trying to slow us down. "Hey, Vickers," Matt said, snapping me out of my thoughts. His voice was still light, but I could hear the first hints of unease creeping in. "You ever find someone out here that wasn't, all there when you found them?" I looked at him sharply. "What do you mean all there?" "Like missing pieces," he laughed. But it was nervous, the kind of laugh that people make when they're trying to convince themselves that everything's normal. "I heard stories about hikers they found with gaps." "Once," I said, not elaborating. The memory hit me like a punch to the gut. A hunter we'd found 3 years ago, sitting peacefully against a tree as if he'd just stopped to rest. Except he'd been missing everything from the waist down, and the cuts were too clean, too precise for any animal I knew about. The official report had blamed scavengers, but I'd seen what bears and coyotes could do to a body. This was something else entirely. That shut Matt up, and we walked in silence for another hour. The trail began to slope upward, climbing toward a ridge that wasn't marked on any of our maps. The further we climbed, the more the forest seemed to press in around us, until we were walking single file through a green tunnel that muffled all sound except our own breathing and the crunch of leaves underfoot. After another couple of hours, we stumbled across a clearing that definitely wasn't on any map. It was small, barely noticeable unless you were looking for it, and the trees around it looked wrong. They'd been growing at odd angles, reaching in different directions but not toward the sun. Some of them were bent nearly horizontal, as if something massive had pressed them down and held them there until they grew into those unnatural shapes. I've seen a lot of strange formations out here. Lightning strikes, disease, unusual soil conditions, but this one felt deliberate, like the land itself was bending to avoid something. The clearing was roughly circular, maybe 20 feet across, and the ground was bare earth instead of the thick carpet of leaves that covered the rest of the forest floor. "Looks like someone made a camp here," Matt said, crouching down by what appeared to be a fire pit. His voice echoed strangely in the clearing, bouncing off the twisted trees in a way that made it sound like multiple people were speaking. But the thing is, it wasn't a fire pit. Not really. The stones were too close together, stacked in a way that didn't make sense for containing a fire. They were arranged in a perfect circle, each one carefully placed and fitted against the others like pieces of a puzzle. And the ground inside the circle wasn't charred. It was dark, yes, but with a wetness that didn't look like ash. "Yeah," I muttered, examining the stones more closely. Each one was smooth, worn as if by centuries of handling, and they were all the same size despite clearly coming from different parts of the forest. Someone tried to make it look that way. Matt was already poking around the perimeter of the clearing, and I could see his face shift from curiosity to something a little more serious. The enthusiasm was draining out of him like water from a punctured canteen, replaced by the kind of focused attention that comes when your body starts preparing for danger. "You got a light?" he asked, his voice suddenly quiet. I handed him my flashlight, and he shined it toward a small mound in the middle of the so-called camp. The beam caught something pale and artificial looking among the dark earth. His face went pale as he focused the light more carefully. Vickers, what the hell is that? It took me a second to process what I was seeing. It was a foot, not just any foot, but a woman's, half buried in the dirt. The cut at the ankle was clean, precise, like someone had taken a bone saw to it. But what made my stomach turn wasn't the severed limb itself. It was how fresh it looked. The flesh was still pink, the nail polish still bright red despite being chipped at the edges. Whoever she was, she'd cared enough about appearances to paint her toenails before coming out here. Before whatever had happened to her. The foot was positioned deliberately, toes pointing toward the center of the stone circle, like an arrow. Around it, the dirt had been patted down smooth, and I could see the faint impressions of other shapes in the earth shapes that might have been fingers, or claws, or something else entirely. Matt gagged and stumbled backward, his hand clamped over his mouth. But I didn't. You get used to it in this line of work. Though this was one of the cleaner scenes I'd encountered. No blood spray, no signs of struggle, just a severed foot placed like an offering on an altar. I crouched down next to the mound, trying to piece together what I was seeing. The dirt around the foot was different from the rest of the clearing. Darker, richer, as if it had been fertilized with something organic. When I brushed some of it away, I found more bone fragments, small pieces that looked like they'd been gnawed clean. "This isn't where she died," I said finally, my voice sounding strange in the unnatural quiet of the clearing. "This is staged." Matt was barely holding it together, his face green and his hands shaking. "What do you mean? Someone just—" "Not her," I corrected, standing up and brushing the dirt from my knees. "Just a part of her." That's when it clicked. The stone circle, the positioning of the foot, the careful staging of the scene. This wasn't random. Someone, or something, had wanted us to find this. The fire pit wasn't a campsite marker. It was a message, and the message was clear. We were in someone else's territory now, and they were letting us know that they were watching. I looked around the clearing again, seeing it with new eyes. The twisted trees weren't just growing strangely. They were positioned to create a natural amphitheater, with the stone circle at its center. The bare ground wasn't just cleared of leaves. It was worn smooth by repeated use. This place had been used for something, and judging by the bone fragments scattered in the dirt, it had been used for a long time. "Who the hell would do that?" Matt asked, his voice trembling now. He was backing toward the edge of the clearing, his instincts telling him to get away from this place as quickly as possible. I didn't answer because I didn't know, but I'd been around long enough to know when something was off, and this was beyond off. This was a deliberate display, a way of marking territory and sending a message. The question was, what kind of creature left human feet as calling cards? The shadows in the clearing were growing longer as the afternoon wore on, and I realized with a chill that the sun was starting to set. We needed to get back to the main trail before dark, but first I had to call this in. The radio crackled with static when I tried to raise the base station, and it took several tries before I got through. "This is Vickers," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "We've got a situation here. Human remains partial. Grid reference." I checked my GPS and read off the coordinates. "We're going to need the coroner and probably a forensics team." The response was garbled, but I caught the gist of it. Help was coming, but it would be morning before they could reach us. The unspoken rule in these woods is that you don't stay after sunset, especially not in a place like this. But as we prepared to leave, I took one more look at the stone circle and the severed foot. Something glinted in the fading light. Something I hadn't noticed before. Half buried in the dirt near the foot was a small piece of metal, a dog tag or piece of jewelry. I knelt down and brushed the earth away, revealing a silver bracelet with an inscription I couldn't quite make out in the dim light. That's when I heard it. A sound like branches breaking, but rhythmic, deliberate. The same sound I'd heard back at the ranger station, but much closer now. It was coming from the tree line, just beyond the circle of twisted trees, and it was moving in our direction. Matt heard it too, his head snapping up like a deer sensing a predator. "What was that?" I slipped the bracelet into my pocket and stood up slowly, every instinct screaming at me to run, but I forced myself to stay calm, to think rationally about what we were dealing with. The sound stopped, and the silence that followed was absolute. No birds, no insects, no wind through the trees. It was the kind of silence that comes just before something terrible happens. "We need to go," I said quietly, not wanting to raise my voice in the oppressive quiet. "Now." But as we turned to leave the clearing, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were already too late. Something was out there in the darkening forest, and it had been waiting for us to find its message. Now that we had, the real hunt was about to begin. We marked the spot with GPS coordinates and agreed to come back with more gear in the morning. Matt was still shaken up, his hands trembling as he tried to fold the map, and I couldn't blame him. First time seeing something like that tends to mess with your head. Makes you realize that the world is a lot more dangerous than you thought. But me, I was more concerned with the fact that someone had gone through the trouble of leaving a foot behind, knowing full well we'd find it. The hike back to the main trail should have taken us 45 minutes, but it felt like hours. The forest had changed around us, becoming more hostile with each step. Branches seemed to reach out deliberately to snag our clothes, roots appeared directly in our path, and the undergrowth grew thicker and more aggressive. What had been a clear trail that morning was now a maze of obstacles that forced us to push through walls of thorns and climb over fallen logs that hadn't been there before. But worst of all was the sound that followed us. It wasn't the rhythmic breaking of branches anymore. It was something more subtle, more deliberate. Footsteps that almost matched our own rhythm, but not quite. When we stopped to rest, they continued for exactly 3 more steps before falling silent. When we started walking again, there would be a pause. Then the sound would resume, always staying just out of sync with our own movements. Matt heard it too, his head constantly turning toward the sound, his pace getting faster with each phantom footfall. "There's something out there," he whispered during one of our rest stops, his voice barely audible even in the oppressive quiet. I nodded, not trusting my own voice. The thing that was following us was smart enough to stay hidden, smart enough to maintain distance, smart enough to know that we knew it was there. It was toying with us, letting us know that we were being hunted but not revealing itself. The psychological effect was worse than any direct attack could have been. By the time we reached the main trail, the sun was setting, and the forest was transforming into something altogether more sinister. The familiar landmarks looked different in the fading light. Trees that had seemed welcoming that morning now loomed like twisted sentinels, and the trail itself seemed to shift and change with each step. Shadows moved independently of their sources, and the air grew thick with the smell of decay and something else, something animal and wild. That night, I didn't sleep. I kept thinking about that clearing, about those trees and how unnatural they'd felt, like the woods themselves had recoiled from that place, bent and twisted to avoid something that didn't belong. I don't believe in ghosts or any of that nonsense, but there's something about Allegheny that goes beyond explanation. It eats people, plain and simple, and it's been doing it for a long time. I pulled out the bracelet I'd found and examined it under my desk lamp. The inscription was clearer now. Sarah, love always, Mom. My blood ran cold as I realized what this meant. The foot we'd found belonged to Sarah Chen, the woman we'd been searching for. But if her foot was in that clearing, arranged like some kind of offering, where was the rest of her? I spent the night researching, digging through old police reports and newspaper archives, looking for any pattern that might explain what we'd found. What I discovered made my skin crawl. Over the past 20 years, there had been dozens of disappearances in Allegheny, far more than the official statistics suggested. Hikers, campers, hunters, all vanishing without a trace, leaving behind only scattered belongings and sometimes body parts arranged in ways that didn't make sense. The reports were buried deep in the files, classified as animal attacks or accidental deaths. But reading between the lines, I could see the pattern. The missing people were always found in small clearings, always with evidence of ritualistic arrangement, always with key body parts missing. And in every case, the investigating officers mentioned hearing sounds in the forest, footsteps, breathing, the rhythmic breaking of branches. We went back at first light, bringing a couple more guys with us. I was leading this time, and I noticed something I hadn't before. There were no birds, not one sound. The forest was completely silent, except for our own breathing and the crunch of leaves underfoot. Even the insects seemed to have abandoned this part of the woods, leaving behind an emptiness that felt almost alive. The other guys were nervous, picking up on the wrongness of the place even if they couldn't articulate what was bothering them. Their jokes fell flat, their voices echoing strangely in the oppressive quiet. We moved in single file, weapons ready, though I wasn't sure what good a knife or a service pistol would do against something that could cleanly sever a human foot. We reached the clearing again, but the foot was gone. Not dragged off by animals, gone. The dirt wasn't even disturbed, as if it had simply vanished into the earth. Matt looked at me with panic rising in his eyes, his face pale and sweaty despite the cool morning air. "Vickers, we marked it right. We did mark it?" I checked the GPS twice, verified the coordinates against my notes from the night before. No mistake. We were in the right place, but the mound, the stones, all of it had vanished. The clearing looked like it had been swept clean, the earth smooth and undisturbed. Even the bone fragments I'd seen scattered in the dirt were gone. That's when I knew we weren't alone out here. The thing that had been following us the day before was still watching, still toying with us. It had cleaned up its display, erased the evidence, but it was still here. I could feel its presence like a weight on my shoulders, a constant pressure that made it hard to breathe. Matt was losing it, rambling about how things like this didn't just happen, how there had to be a logical explanation. The other guys were confused, asking if we were in the right spot, looking at me like I'd lost my mind. I shut them down, knowing this wasn't a conversation to have out here, but I could feel it now, that crawling sensation under my skin that meant we were being watched, studied, evaluated. I signaled for us to spread out, search the surrounding area. I didn't expect to find anything. Hell, I didn't want to, but protocol was protocol. We had to be thorough, had to check every possible hiding spot, even though every instinct I had was screaming at me to get out of these woods and never come back. Matt stuck close to me, still rattling off questions I didn't have answers to. His voice was getting higher, more desperate, and I could see the fear starting to take hold. That's when I heard it. A snap, just beyond the tree line. It was faint, but enough to make me stop dead in my tracks. I motioned for Matt to be quiet and pointed toward the sound. It was getting closer, moving through the underbrush with the kind of careful stealth that spoke of intelligence and patience. Whatever was out there had been watching us, waiting for the right moment to reveal itself. I pulled out my knife, the only weapon I had on me. Stupid. I should have brought something better, something with more range, but the knife was sharp, and I knew how to use it. I'd gutted enough deer in my time to know where to cut to do the most damage. The sound was closer now, moving in a rough circle around our position. I could track its progress by the way the branches moved, by the subtle changes in the forest's ambient noise. It was big, whatever it was, and it was taking its time, studying us like a predator, evaluating prey. Then I saw it. Standing just beyond the trees, barely visible in the dappled morning light, was a figure, tall, easily 7 feet, with a hunched posture that made it seem even more imposing. Its limbs were too long for its body, thin but corded with muscle, and it was covered in patchy fur that looked more like coarse hair matted with dirt and something darker. It moved awkwardly, almost like it was learning how to walk. But there was a deliberate quality to its movements that suggested intelligence. It tilted its head as it watched us, the gesture almost human in its curiosity, and I got the distinct impression that it was studying us the same way we might study insects under a microscope. Its face was the worst part. It looked like someone had tried to mash a human and a wolf together but had failed miserably. The features were elongated, stretched, with too many teeth visible in what might have been a smile. Its eyes were dark, almost black, and they reflected the light in a way that made them seem to glow. I froze, trying to process what I was seeing. This thing, whatever it was, wasn't human. But it wasn't just some animal either. It was something else. something that occupied the space between human and beast, something that had been shaped by the forest itself. Matt was behind me, his breathing hard and fast. But he hadn't seen it yet, hadn't looked in the right direction. I wanted to keep it that way, wanted to spare him the sight of the thing that was watching us with such obvious hunger. The creature shifted its weight, and I could see the muscles moving under its matted fur. It was preparing to move, to attack or to flee, and I had to make a decision. I could try to back away slowly, hope that it would lose interest and disappear back into the forest. Or I could face it, try to drive it off before it decided we were worth hunting. But before I could make that choice, it moved, fast, faster than something that size should have been able to move. One moment it was standing at the edge of the clearing. The next it was bounding toward us with a fluid grace that spoke of years of hunting in these woods. I barely had time to shout a warning before it was on us, and I realized with horrible clarity that we had never been searching for Sarah Chen. We had been hunting, and now we were the prey. The creature slammed into me with a force I didn't expect from something so gangly. I hit the ground hard, my head bouncing off a root, and the world exploded into stars and darkness. The wind was knocked out of me, and my knife clattered away across the forest floor, useless now when I needed it most. I could hear Matt behind me, shouting my name, but it was muffled, like my brain couldn't quite process the sound. Everything seemed to be happening underwater, slow and distorted. The creature hovered over me, its breath hot and rancid, carrying the smell of rotting meat and something else, something sweet and cloying that made my stomach turn. Up close I could see details that made my skin crawl. The patchy fur wasn't fur at all. It was coarse hair, slick with something dark and wet that might have been blood or saliva or something worse. The creature's skin underneath was pale, almost translucent, and I could see dark veins pulsing beneath the surface. Its fingers ended in claws that looked more like surgical instruments than natural weapons, sharp and curved and stained with substances I didn't want to identify. But it was the face that haunted me, elongated, like someone had grabbed both ends of a human skull and pulled until the features stretched and distorted. The jaw was too long, filled with teeth that were too sharp and arranged in too many rows. Its eyes were completely black, reflecting my terrified face back at me like dark mirrors. The smell hit me in waves, rot and decay, and something animal and wild that spoke of years of killing and feeding. Whatever this thing was, it had been hunting for a long time, and it was very good at what it did. I kicked at it, scrambling to get away, but it was fast, too fast. Its claw raked across my leg, and I felt the sharp sting of razors cutting through my pants into my flesh. The pain was immediate and intense, but it was nothing compared to the terror of seeing those black eyes studying me with such obvious hunger. Blood soaked through my pants, warm and sticky, and I could feel it pooling in my boot. The creature's head tilted as it watched the blood flow, and I swear I saw something like satisfaction in those dark eyes. It was enjoying this, drawing out the moment before the kill. I gritted my teeth, ignoring the pain, adrenaline kicking in as I rolled to the side and grabbed for my knife. My fingers closed around the handle just as the creature lunged again, and I swung wildly, more out of desperation than any real plan. The blade caught it across the arm, cutting through the matted hair and into the pale flesh beneath. The creature shrieked, not like an animal, but almost like a child in pain, high-pitched and wrong. The sound echoed through the forest, bouncing off the trees and coming back to us from all directions. It backed off, surprised by the pain, dark blood dripping from the wound. But it wasn't retreating, it was reassessing, figuring out how dangerous I actually was. The intelligence in those black eyes was terrifying, more frightening than any mindless beast could have been. That gave me just enough time to get to my feet. Matt was there, pulling me up by the arm, his face pale as hell. His hands were shaking, but he was trying to help, trying to be useful in a situation that was beyond anything he'd trained for. "We have to go now," he yelled, his voice finally breaking through the haze in my head. "That thing, what the hell is it?" I didn't answer because I didn't know. But I could see the other guys in my peripheral vision, frozen in place, their faces showing the same mixture of terror and disbelief that I felt. This wasn't something that existed in the rational world they knew. It was something out of nightmare, something that shouldn't be real. We ran, crashing through the brush like our lives depended on it, because they did. Behind us, I could hear the thing moving, following us through the underbrush. It wasn't as fast as before. The wound I'd given it was slowing it down, but it wasn't stopping. It was persistent, patient, like a predator that knew its prey would tire eventually. The forest seemed to close in around us as we fled, branches grabbing at our clothes, roots trying to trip us with every step. The terrain became more treacherous, filled with hidden ravines and fallen logs that forced us to slow down despite our desperate need for speed. We reached the rest of the group, and I could see the confusion on their faces as we burst out of the tree line, bloody and panicked. They hadn't seen what we'd seen, hadn't felt the primal terror of being hunted by something that was more intelligent than any animal had a right to be. One of the guys, Matt Bennett, stepped forward, trying to calm everyone down. He was older, more experienced, the kind of guy who'd been doing search and rescue for 20 years and thought he'd seen everything. "Vickers, what the hell is going on? You look like you've seen a ghost." Before I could answer, the creature burst out of the trees behind us, moving with that same fluid grace I'd seen before. It crashed into Bennett like a freight train, and his scream cut through the air, sharp and short. He didn't have time to fight, didn't have time to run, didn't have time to do anything but die. The creature's claws tore into his chest, pulling flesh and bone apart like it was nothing more than wet paper. Blood sprayed across the clearing, painting the trees and the ground in arterial red. Bennett's body convulsed once, twice, and then went still, his eyes staring sightlessly at the canopy above. The rest of us were frozen in place, our minds struggling to process what we were seeing. This wasn't a bear attack, wasn't some rabid animal acting on instinct. This was deliberate, methodical, almost surgical in its precision. The creature knew exactly where to cut to cause maximum damage, exactly how much force to apply to tear through human flesh. I could hear Matt Lee swearing under his breath, his voice high and desperate. One of the other guys was praying, his words tumbling over each other in a stream of desperate pleading. But I wasn't praying or swearing. I was watching, studying, trying to understand what we were dealing with. The creature crouched over Bennett's body, its head tilted at that same unnatural angle. It seemed to be listening, waiting for something, and I realized with a chill that it was waiting for us to run. This was a game to it, a hunt, and we were the prey. Something snapped inside me. I wasn't thinking anymore, wasn't calculating odds or considering consequences. I was acting on pure instinct, the same primal rage that had kept humans alive for millions of years. I grabbed a branch from the ground, a thick piece of oak that had fallen in some long-ago storm, and swung it as hard as I could at the creature's head. The impact was solid, meaty, and the creature staggered back, surprised by the sudden attack. Dark blood ran from a cut on its scalp, and for a moment it looked almost vulnerable. But then it recovered, and the look in those black eyes changed from hunger to something much worse. Anger. It growled, a sound that seemed to come from deep in its chest, vibrating through the air and into my bones. The sound was wrong, too deep, too guttural, like something that had been designed to inspire terror in human hearts. And then it did something I didn't expect. It smiled. The expression was horrible on that elongated face, stretching the features into something even more grotesque. Too many teeth, too wide, too knowing. It was the smile of a predator that had just realized its prey was more interesting than it had initially thought. For a moment, none of us moved. The creature and I stared at each other across Bennett's corpse, predator and prey locked in a deadly standoff. I could feel the weight of its attention, the cold calculation behind those black eyes as it decided what to do next. Then, without warning, it turned and disappeared into the trees, moving with the same fluid grace it had shown before. One moment it was there, the next it was gone, leaving behind only the smell of blood and decay and the echo of that terrible smile. For a long moment, none of us moved. The silence that followed was suffocating, the kind that weighs heavy on your chest and makes it hard to breathe. The forest around us seemed to hold its breath, waiting to see what would happen next. Matt was the first to break the silence, stumbling toward Bennett's body with tears streaming down his face. Oh God, what was that thing? What the hell was that? I didn't answer because I couldn't. I didn't have words for what we'd just witnessed, didn't have explanations that would make sense to anyone who hadn't seen it for themselves. All I knew was that something had been hunting in these woods for a very long time, and we had just become its latest prey. By the time the backup arrived, the creature was long gone. The cleanup crew found Bennett's body, or what was left of it, but they didn't find anything else. No tracks, no signs of the thing that had attacked us. No evidence that would help them understand what had happened. It was as if the forest had swallowed all trace of the encounter, leaving behind only blood and death and the memories that would haunt us for the rest of our lives. The rest of the team was quiet, too shaken to process what we'd seen. They moved through the clearing like sleepwalkers, their faces blank with shock and disbelief. I could see them struggling to reconcile what they'd witnessed with their understanding of the world, trying to fit something impossible into the framework of their rational minds. When the authorities came asking questions, we gave them what they wanted to hear. Bear attack. It wasn't a great lie, but it was all we had, and no one was going to argue with that explanation. Not when there was a body to bury and families to notify and paperwork to fill out. The truth was too strange, too impossible, too dangerous to share with people who hadn't seen it for themselves. But I knew better. I'd seen the intelligence in those black eyes, the deliberate way it had moved, the surgical precision of its attack. This wasn't some rabid animal acting on instinct. It was something far more dangerous, something that had been shaped by years of hunting and killing in these woods. Matt Lee left the team a few days later. He couldn't handle it, couldn't sleep, couldn't stop seeing that elongated face in his dreams. He moved to Florida, as far from the Pennsylvania woods as he could get, and I never heard from him again. The others followed suit over the next year, finding excuses to transfer to different departments or retire early. No one talked about what had happened, at least not to anyone outside the unit. I stayed on. It's what I do. But the silence in the forest was different now. It wasn't just quiet, it was listening. The trees seemed to watch me when I walked the trails, their branches moving in patterns that had nothing to do with the wind. The shadows were deeper, more active, and I could feel something moving just beyond the edge of vision. The Allegheny woods don't forget. That much I'd learned. You can walk through them 100 times, but every now and then you'll feel it, that wrongness. That sense that something's watching you, studying you, waiting for the right moment to reveal itself. I found out later that there were stories, old ones, about something that lived in these woods. The locals don't talk about it much, but if you ask the right people, they'll tell you about the thing that's always been here, long before we came and cut down trees and built trails. They say it's a predator, something that feeds on human flesh and grows stronger with each kill. They don't have a name for it, though. Maybe it's better that way. Names give things power, make them real in ways that silence can't. But I know it's out there, somewhere in the green darkness between the trees, waiting for the next group of searchers to stumble into its territory. The missing person reports keep coming in, just like they always have. Hikers who don't return, campers who vanish in the middle of the night, hunters who are found days later with pieces missing. The official reports blame bears, accidents, exposure, anything but the truth, because the truth is too dangerous, too impossible for most people to accept. But I know what's really happening out there. I've seen it, felt its claws rake across my flesh, looked into those black eyes and seen my own death reflected back at me. The thing in the woods is real, and it's hungry, and it's been feeding for a very long time. Sometimes I think about leaving, packing up and finding work somewhere safer, somewhere that doesn't have shadows that move independently of their sources. But I've been here too long, know these woods too well. They're part of me now, and I'm part of them, locked in a dance that started the moment I first set foot on these trails. Besides, someone has to know, someone has to remember, someone has to be here when the next group of searchers goes missing, when the next set of remains is found arranged in a clearing that doesn't appear on any map. Someone has to stand between the thing in the woods and the people who come here looking for peace, for solitude, for answers they'll never find. The radio crackles to life, interrupting my thoughts. Another missing person, another search mission, another chance to walk into the green darkness and hope I come back out alive. I check my equipment, make sure my knife is sharp, and head for the door. Outside, the forest is waiting. It's always waiting, patient and hungry, and full of secrets that mankind was never meant to know. The trees whisper my name as I walk past, their branches reaching out like fingers trying to pull me deeper into their embrace. I used to think I was the hunter, the one who tracked down the lost and the missing, but I know better now. In the Allegheny National Forest, there's only one true predator, and it's been hunting these woods for longer than human memory can recall. The silence settles in around me as I walk, thick and oppressive, crawling under my skin like something alive. And when I stop to listen, really listen, I can hear it out there in the darkness between the trees, breathing, waiting, watching. The hunt continues, just as it always has. And somewhere in the green depths of Allegheny, something is smiling with too many teeth, knowing that sooner or later, every searcher becomes the searched, every hunter becomes the hunted. The forest remembers everything, and it's still hungry. New Zealand has always been my refuge from the chaos of the world. Born in Australia but raised here for 34 years, I've come to understand this land intimately. The islands stretch before you like a painter's masterpiece, all rolling green hills and pristine lakes that mirror the sky so perfectly you question which way is up. Every trail I've walked, every campsite I've discovered, has reinforced one fundamental truth. This place is safe. Unlike my birthplace, where every shadow might conceal something deadly, New Zealand's isolation created a sanctuary. For millions of years, only birds ruled these islands. No predators stalked through the undergrowth. No venomous creatures waited in dark corners. When the Maori arrived centuries ago, they brought pigs, rats, and dogs. The Europeans added cats, weasels, and stoats to the mix. But in all my years here, wandering through remote valleys and sleeping under star-filled skies, I'd never encountered anything that made my heart race with genuine fear. The worst I'd faced was an irritated possum or perhaps a territorial tomcat defending its territory. Even the wild pigs, descendants of those first Maori arrivals, kept to themselves in the deeper bush. This knowledge had shaped every outdoor adventure I'd undertaken. I could set up camp anywhere, sleep soundly in my tent, and wake refreshed without ever checking over my shoulder or keeping one eye open through the night. This confidence, this absolute certainty in the safety of my adopted homeland, would soon be tested in ways I never imagined possible. When my cousin reached out through social media, suggesting she visit from Australia, I felt genuine excitement for the first time in months. We'd only met as toddlers, brief encounters lost in the fog of early childhood memories. I retained fragments of playing together in Sydney when I was barely 3 years old, but she remembered nothing of those days. Our online conversations had revealed a kindred spirit, someone who shared my love for the outdoors and craved adventure. When she mentioned wanting to experience New Zealand's legendary landscapes, I immediately began planning an epic journey across the South Island. We would start from my home in Christchurch and wind our way through some of the most breathtaking scenery on Earth. The South Island holds secrets that the North Island cannot match. Where the North offers geothermal wonders and volcanic drama, the South provides raw, untamed wilderness that speaks to something primal in the human soul. I envisioned us standing beneath Mount Cook's towering presence, hiking through valleys where the only sounds are wind through tussock grass and the distant cry of native birds. Her arrival energized me in unexpected ways. After years of solitary camping trips, the prospect of sharing these experiences with family felt like a gift. We spent her first evening at my house poring over maps and discussing our route. Her enthusiasm was infectious, and I found myself remembering why I'd fallen in love with this landscape despite my complicated relationship with living here permanently. The plan was simple: head south to Mount Cook, then continue exploring as weather and mood dictated. Neither of us anticipated how dramatically our journey would deviate from that innocent itinerary. The morning of our departure arrived gray and uninspiring. Heavy clouds hung low over Christchurch, promising the kind of weather that makes outdoor enthusiasts reconsider their plans. But we loaded our gear anyway, optimistic that conditions would improve as we traveled inland toward the mountains. By afternoon, as we approached Mount Cook National Park, rain began falling in steady sheets. The iconic peak remained hidden behind layers of cloud, and the prospect of setting up camp in these conditions felt more like punishment than adventure. My cousin pressed her face against the passenger window, watching water stream down the glass, and suggested we continue south rather than endure a miserable night in soggy tents. Her suggestion proved wise. As we drove deeper into the heart of the South Island, the rain gradually lessened, then stopped entirely. The clouds began breaking apart, revealing patches of blue sky that promised a clearer evening ahead. Our spirits lifted with the improving weather, and we began searching for an alternative camping spot. The place we eventually discovered seemed perfect, tucked away from main roads, accessible only by a narrow gravel track that wound through dense native forest. It offered everything we needed: level ground near a flowing river, surrounded by towering trees that would provide shelter from any wind. The isolation felt complete, the kind of pristine wilderness that makes you believe you're the first humans to ever set foot in this particular corner of the world. As daylight began fading, we knew we'd found our sanctuary for the night. The forest wrapped around us like a protective embrace, and the sound of running water promised a peaceful sleep. Setting up camp as darkness approaches always carries a certain urgency. But that evening felt different somehow. Perhaps it was the unfamiliar surroundings, or maybe the way shadows seemed to gather more quickly than usual beneath the dense canopy. My cousin worked efficiently, unpacking her gear while I struggled with my tent. The realization that my tent was missing crucial components hit me like a physical blow. Stakes, guy lines, even part of the rainfly had somehow disappeared since my last camping trip months ago. Standing there holding useless fabric and bent poles, I felt embarrassment wash over me. What kind of experienced outdoorsman brings defective equipment on such an important trip? My cousin took the news with surprising grace, immediately offering to share her two-person tent. The arrangement would be cramped but manageable, and we were family after all. Still, the situation felt awkward given that we barely knew each other as adults, and the prospect of sharing such close quarters added an unexpected layer of complexity to our adventure. We managed to get a fire burning just as true darkness settled over the forest. The flames danced hypnotically, casting shifting patterns of light and shadow among the surrounding trees. The river's constant murmur provided a soothing soundtrack as we cooked our simple meal and talked about everything and nothing. Under that vast canopy of stars, visible through gaps in the forest ceiling, our earlier awkwardness dissolved. We shared stories from our respective childhoods, compared notes on family members we'd both known, and marveled at how chance and social media had brought us together after so many years apart. Eventually, fatigue overtook conversation, and we retreated to the tent, still talking quietly as we settled into our sleeping bags. Consciousness returned in fragments, pulled from deep sleep by something my mind couldn't immediately identify. The tent around me seemed smaller, darker, filled with an oppressive weight that pressed against my chest. I sat up quickly, automatically checking on my cousin beside me. What I saw will haunt me forever. She lay twisted in her sleeping bag, head thrown back at an unnatural angle, black liquid bubbling from her mouth and nose. But it was her throat that made my stomach lurch with primal terror. A ragged gash stretched from ear to ear, so deep I could see pale bone gleaming through the torn flesh. Blood poured from the wound in rhythmic pulses, soaking into her sleeping bag and pooling beneath her head. Her eyes were open but unfocused, rolling back and forth as she made horrible gurgling sounds. Her hands clawed weakly at the air, fingers grasping for something that wasn't there. The metallic scent of blood filled the cramped space, so thick I could taste it on my tongue. I tried to move, to help her somehow, but my body refused to respond. Terror had frozen every muscle, every nerve. All I could do was watch as the life drained from her body in horrifying spurts. Listen to those awful choking sounds that seemed to go on forever. The blackness that surrounded us felt alive, pressing closer with each of her fading heartbeats. Something had done this to her, something that might still be nearby, waiting in the darkness just outside our thin tent walls. Then I was gasping, bolt upright in my sleeping bag, heart hammering against my ribs like a trapped bird. The tent around me was normal, quiet except for my cousin's peaceful breathing beside me. Moonlight filtered through the fabric, revealing her sleeping form, completely unharmed. But the dream had felt more real than reality itself. Morning light filtering through the tent brought relief, but couldn't entirely banish the lingering unease from my nightmare. As we packed our sleeping bags and prepared for another day of exploration, I found myself studying my cousin's throat, reassuring myself that no wounds marred her skin. When I finally described the dream to her, she listened with growing concern. The vivid details, the way I could still smell blood hours later, the absolute certainty that she was dying horribly while I watched helplessly, it all tumbled out in a rush of words that left me feeling drained and foolish. She tried to reassure me, suggesting that camping in unfamiliar surroundings sometimes triggers strange dreams. We both agreed it was probably nothing more than my subconscious processing the strangeness of our situation. But when I unzipped the tent door and stepped outside, every rational explanation evaporated. The rabbit lay directly in front of our tent entrance, positioned where we couldn't possibly miss it. Its small body was intact except for the throat, which had been torn open with surgical precision. No other wounds marked its gray fur, no signs of feeding or scavenging, just that single devastating injury that had opened its neck in a gaping red smile. Fresh blood still glistened on the surrounding grass, indicating the kill had happened recently, probably during the night while we slept mere feet away. But what kind of predator kills without eating? What hunter leaves its prey displayed like a macabre gift? My cousin emerged from the tent behind me and gasped when she saw the carcass. The similarity to my dream was impossible to ignore, impossible to dismiss as coincidence. Something had been nearby during the night, something that killed with ruthless efficiency and left its victim as a message. We stood there in the morning sunlight, staring at the dead rabbit while the forest around us seemed to watch and wait. The next hour passed in a haze of confusion and growing dread. We searched the immediate area for tracks, for any sign of what might have killed the rabbit, but found nothing conclusive. The soft earth near the river showed prints from various small animals, but nothing large enough or distinct enough to explain our midnight visitor. My cousin suggested photographing the scene, documenting everything before we disturbed it further. As she snapped pictures with her phone, I found myself scanning the tree line constantly, expecting to glimpse whatever predator had marked our territory during the night. The logical part of my mind struggled to find explanations. Perhaps a feral cat had made the kill but been frightened away before feeding. Maybe a stoat had dragged the rabbit here from elsewhere, though that seemed unlikely given the fresh blood. But every rational theory felt inadequate when confronted with the precision of that single wound and the deliberate positioning of the carcass. We broke camp quickly, neither of us voicing our desire to leave this place behind. As we loaded our gear into the car, I kept expecting to find more evidence, more signs of whatever had visited us. But the forest revealed nothing, keeping its secrets locked away beneath layers of green silence. During the drive back toward Christchurch, we dissected every moment of the previous night, searching for clues we might have missed. Had either of us heard anything unusual? Had there been sounds from the forest that didn't belong? But our memories yielded nothing helpful, just the peaceful evening we remembered followed by my nightmare and the morning's grisly discovery. The questions multiplied with each passing mile, but answers remained frustratingly elusive. Years have passed since that night in the forest, but the memory remains as sharp as broken glass. My cousin returned to Australia with her own collection of unanswered questions, and though we still communicate regularly, we rarely discuss what we experienced together. The official explanation, the one we tell ourselves and others, involves a feral cat or possibly a stoat that happened upon a rabbit near our campsite. Wildlife experts assure us that such behavior, while unusual, falls within the realm of possibility. Predators sometimes kill without feeding, especially when territory is being established or defended. But I know what I saw in my dream, and I know what we found outside our tent. The connection between those two events defies every rational explanation I've attempted to construct. How does the human mind conjure such specific imagery hours before discovering a reality that mirrors it so precisely? I still camp throughout New Zealand, still explore remote valleys and sleep under star-filled skies, but something fundamental changed that night. Now I carry a flashlight with extra batteries, and I find myself listening more carefully to the sounds that emerge from darkness. The absolute confidence I once felt in this land's safety has been replaced by a more cautious awareness. Sometimes, in the quiet hours before dawn, I wonder if we encountered something that science hasn't yet cataloged, something that chooses to remain hidden in the vast wilderness that still covers much of these islands. Or perhaps we simply experienced one of those rare moments when the boundary between dreams and reality becomes permeable, allowing dark premonitions to bleed through into the waking world. Whatever visited us that night left more than a dead rabbit outside our tent. It left questions that may never find answers, and a reminder that even in the safest places on Earth, mystery and terror can still find ways to reach us. The throat in the dark remains an open wound in my memory, bleeding shadows into every night since. This all happened back when I was 16 years old. I'm 21 now, but I've never shared this with anyone before. The memories still make my hands shake when I think about that night in the Louisiana Bayou country back in 2018. My family and I have always been active hunters, and we do it every year during the appropriate seasons. We harvest our normal game, deer, rabbit, squirrel, wild boar, and I've always been the one who specializes in hunting the feral hogs that tear up our family's land. The best time to hunt hogs is at night, and it's perfectly legal in our state with the proper licenses. These weren't just any ordinary pigs. The feral hogs in our area had grown massive and aggressive over the years, some weighing over 300 pounds with razor-sharp tusks that could rip a man's leg clean off. They traveled in groups called sounders, destroying crops and endangering livestock. My grandfather's stories about hunters getting charged by wounded boars had always given me a healthy respect for these dangerous animals. Our hunting blind sat elevated about 12 feet off the ground, positioned strategically overlooking a natural clearing where we'd scatter corn to attract the hogs. The blind was constructed from weathered plywood and had shooting ports cut into the walls, providing 360-degree visibility while keeping us concealed. My father and grandfather had built it years ago, and the wood had aged to a dark gray that blended seamlessly with the surrounding oak and cypress trees. That particular evening in October, the air hung thick with humidity and the musty smell of decaying leaves. Spanish moss draped from the ancient oaks like funeral shrouds, and somewhere in the distance I could hear the occasional splash of something large moving through the swamp water. The temperature had dropped just enough to make sitting still comfortable, and there was barely any wind, perfect conditions for hunting. I'd been using my grandfather's lever-action .45-70 rifle, a powerful weapon capable of dropping even the largest hog with a single well-placed shot. The rifle held 7 rounds in its tubular magazine, and I always kept one in the chamber when I was in the blind. Attached to the rifle was a high-quality night vision scope that turned the darkness into an eerie green-tinted world, allowing me to see clearly up to 200 yards even on the blackest nights. I settled into the blind around 8 p.m., just as the last traces of daylight were fading from the western sky. The routine was always the same: check my equipment, load the rifle, adjust the scope, and then wait. Patience was the most important skill any hunter could develop, and I'd learned to appreciate the quiet solitude of these evening vigils. For the first hour, Nothing moved except the occasional bat flitting overhead and a family of armadillos shuffling through the underbrush about 50 yards to my left. The night sounds were exactly what I expected. The distant hooting of a great horned owl, the rhythmic chirping of crickets, and somewhere far off the haunting call of a screech owl that sounded almost human in its intensity. Around 9:30, I spotted movement near the corn pile. Through my scope, I could make out a young doe picking her way carefully toward the scattered feed. She was beautiful, maybe 80 pounds, with a sleek reddish-brown coat that gleamed in the artificial green light of my night vision. She fed peacefully for several minutes, constantly alert, ears swiveling at every small sound. Soon she was joined by 3 raccoons, their distinctive masked faces clearly visible through the scope. They were bold little creatures, completely unafraid of the much larger deer. I watched them for about 15 minutes, entertained by their almost human-like hands as they picked through the corn. The doe eventually wandered off toward the creek that ran along the eastern edge of our property, but the raccoons continued their feast. The creek was an important feature of our hunting setup. It ran about 6 or 7 feet deep through a natural channel, with steep banks on both sides. We essentially used it as a natural backstop for our fired rounds in case a bullet passed completely through an animal. The water was usually clear enough to see the bottom during the day, fed by a spring somewhere upstream, and it provided drinking water for all the local wildlife. I was starting to relax, thinking it might be a quiet night with just deer and small game, when everything changed in an instant. It happened so suddenly that it took my brain several seconds to process what was wrong. The raccoons, which had been chattering and rustling through the corn just moments before, stopped eating and looked up simultaneously. Their heads all turned toward the same spot near the creek, and I could see their bodies tense with alarm. Then, without any apparent signal, all 3 of them scattered into the darkness, moving faster than I'd ever seen raccoons move. The cricket chorus, which had been providing a constant background soundtrack to the evening, stopped as if someone had flipped a switch. The owl that had been calling intermittently went silent. Even the distant sounds of frogs from the swamp seemed to fade away until there was absolutely nothing. No sound at all except for my own breathing and the blood pounding in my ears. This was wrong, completely wrong. In all my years of hunting, I'd never experienced silence this absolute. There's always something making noise in the woods, wind through leaves, small animals moving, insects buzzing. But this was like being inside a vacuum, and it made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. I gripped my rifle tighter and began scanning the area through my scope, moving slowly from left to right across the clearing and into the tree line. The green-tinted world of night vision revealed nothing unusual at first, just the familiar landscape of moss-draped trees and tangled underbrush. But the longer the silence lasted, the more convinced I became that something was watching me. My heart started beating faster and I could feel sweat beginning to form on my forehead despite the cool evening air. Every shadow seemed to hide a potential threat, and I found myself holding my breath, straining to hear any sound that might explain what had frightened away all the wildlife. Minutes passed like hours, and the unnatural quiet continued. That's when I remembered my grandfather's stories about how animals could sense things that humans couldn't. Changes in air pressure before storms, the presence of predators, even earthquakes hours before they happened. Whatever had caused this reaction in the local wildlife was something they perceived as a serious threat. I was scanning the creek area with my scope when I saw them, 2 bright points of light reflecting back at me from near the water's edge. My pulse quickened with excitement. Eye shine. It had to be a hog coming for a drink before heading to the corn pile. I'd been hoping for this all evening. I adjusted my position in the blind, bringing the rifle up to my shoulder and settling into a proper shooting stance. Through the scope, I could see the reflection clearly now. Definitely eye shine, positioned about the right height for a large boar. The corn was scattered in an open area with a clear shot, and if I could get this animal to move toward the bait, I'd have an easy 75-yard shot. But something was off about what I was seeing. The eye shine was positioned strangely, and as I watched, trying to make out the shape of the animal's body, I realized the eyes were moving in a way that didn't make sense for a hog. They were too high off the ground, and they seemed to be moving upward. as if whatever I was looking at was climbing. I adjusted the focus on my scope, trying to get a clearer image. What I saw next made absolutely no sense at all. The creature, and I had to call it that because I couldn't identify what I was looking at, appeared to be climbing up the steep bank of the creek using what looked like hands and arms. Not hooves, not paws, but actual hands gripping the roots and rocks along the bank. My mind raced through possibilities. Could it be a black bear? We didn't have many in our area, but they weren't completely unknown. Bears could climb and had somewhat human-like front paws, but the size was wrong, and bears didn't move like this. This thing was climbing with a purpose and coordination that seemed too deliberate, too intelligent. As I watched in growing confusion and fear, the creature reached the top of the creek bank and stood upright. It was definitely bipedal, walking on two legs like a human, but it was covered in dark hair or fur from head to toe. The body was powerfully built with broad shoulders and long arms that hung down past where a human's arms would end. My hands began to tremble as the full implication of what I was seeing hit me. This wasn't any animal I'd ever studied or heard about. This was something that shouldn't exist. Yet here it was, walking casually toward our corn pile as if it owned the place. The creature moved with a confidence that was absolutely terrifying. It didn't skulk or sneak like a wild animal approaching potential danger. It walked upright with the bearing of something that had no natural predators, something that was used to being at the top of the food chain. Through my night vision scope, I could see details that my rational mind refused to accept. The thing stood at least 7 feet tall, maybe taller, with a humanoid shape but proportions that were all wrong. Its arms were too long, its shoulders too broad, and its head seemed to sit directly on those massive shoulders without much of a neck. The entire body was covered in dark, coarse-looking hair, and when it turned slightly, I could see that its face was a horrible mixture of human and ape-like features. But what scared me most was the intelligence I could see in its movements. This wasn't some mindless beast acting on instinct. It examined the corn pile methodically, picking up individual kernels and sniffing them before eating. It looked around the clearing as if taking inventory, and at one point it turned its head directly toward my blind. For a moment that lasted an eternity, I was convinced it was looking right at me. Even though I knew I was well concealed and 12 feet up in the air, I felt completely exposed and vulnerable. The thing tilted its head slightly, as if listening for sounds I couldn't hear, then went back to feeding. My grandfather had always taught me that fear was the enemy of good shooting. Control your breathing, steady your hands, make the shot count, he'd always said. But nothing in my 16 years of life had prepared me for this moment. My hands were shaking so badly that I could barely keep the crosshairs steady, and my heart was pounding so hard I was afraid the sound might give away my position. I tried to rationalize what I was seeing. Maybe it was just a person, a homeless individual living rough in the woods, covered in hair because they hadn't bathed in months. But even as I thought it, I knew that explanation didn't fit. No human moved like this, and no human could have climbed that creek bank with such ease. The creature finished eating and started to move away from the corn pile, heading back toward the creek. In a few seconds it would disappear into the darkness, and I'd be left wondering if I'd imagined the whole thing. That's when I made a decision that would haunt me for the rest of my life. Despite every instinct screaming at me to remain hidden and let the thing leave peacefully, I found myself raising the rifle and settling into shooting position. Maybe it was the recklessness of youth, or maybe I was so terrified that I couldn't think straight. But I convinced myself that I needed to take action. If this was some kind of dangerous animal, it could threaten my family's property or even attack someone. I centered the crosshairs on the creature's chest, trying to compensate for my shaking hands. The 45-70 was a powerful cartridge, capable of dropping a buffalo, and at this range it should stop whatever this thing was. I controlled my breathing the way my grandfather had taught me, taking a deep breath, letting half of it out, then holding steady. The creature paused at the edge of the clearing, and for a split second, it turned back toward my blind. In the green glow of my night vision scope, I could see its face clearly, and what I saw there made my blood freeze. There was unmistakable intelligence in those eyes, and something else that looked almost like recognition, as if it knew exactly where I was and what I was planning to do. But I was too committed to the shot to stop now. I squeezed the trigger slowly and steadily, the way I'd been taught. The rifle erupted with a deafening roar that shattered the unnatural silence of the night. The muzzle flash temporarily blinded my night vision, and the recoil drove the stock hard into my shoulder. My ears were ringing from the gunshot, but over that ringing, I heard something that made my spine go rigid with terror. It was a roar, not the angry bellow of a wounded hog or the growl of a bear, but something primal and alien that seemed to come from the very depths of hell itself. The sound was so loud and so full of rage that I could feel it in my chest, vibrating through my bones. When my night vision cleared, I looked through the scope again and saw nothing. The clearing was empty except for the scattered corn and the lingering smoke from my rifle. Whatever I'd shot at was gone, vanished as quickly and silently as it had appeared. I sat in the blind for what felt like hours, afraid to move, afraid to make any sound that might attract the creature's attention. The ringing in my ears gradually faded, but the normal night sounds didn't return. The woods remained eerily quiet, as if every living thing was holding its breath, waiting to see what would happen next. When dawn finally broke, painting the eastern sky with pale orange light, I worked up the courage to leave the blind and investigate what damage I might have done. My legs were stiff from sitting motionless for so long, and my hands were still shaking from a combination of adrenaline and fear that had never quite faded. I loaded a fresh cartridge into the chamber of my rifle and made my way carefully down from the blind. Every shadow between the trees seemed to hide potential danger, and I found myself jumping at the slightest sound. A squirrel chattering overhead, a woodpecker hammering against dead wood somewhere in the distance. The corn pile showed clear evidence of disturbance. The kernels were scattered in patterns that didn't match the neat feeding habits of deer or the random digging of hogs. Whatever had been here had picked through the corn methodically, almost intelligently. But more disturbing were the footprints in the soft earth around the pile. They were unlike anything I'd ever seen. Large, at least 16 inches long and vaguely human-shaped, but with toes that were too long and a width that was completely wrong for any person. The impressions were deep, suggesting something much heavier than a normal human, and the stride length between prints indicated a creature with legs longer than any man I'd ever known. Following the prints, I could see where the creature had approached from the creek, and where it had fled after my shot. The trail led back toward the water, but there was something else, dark spots on the ground that looked suspiciously like blood. My shot had connected. I followed the blood trail with growing trepidation. Each drop seemed to mock my decision to shoot, evidence that I'd wounded something I didn't understand. The spots led down to the creek bank, across the shallow water, and up the other side. For 2 hours, I tracked the trail through increasingly dense undergrowth, always looking over my shoulder, always listening for sounds that might indicate the creature was nearby. The blood spots were getting smaller and farther apart, suggesting that whatever I'd hit wasn't critically wounded. That thought should have been reassuring, but instead it filled me with dread. If I'd wounded this thing and it was still alive, what would it do? Would it come looking for revenge? That's when I heard the roar again. The sound came from somewhere ahead of me, deeper in the woods where the undergrowth grew thick and the canopy blocked out most of the morning sunlight. It was the same primal bellow I'd heard after my shot, but this time it was different, louder, angrier, and much closer than I was comfortable with. Before I could react, I heard something else that made my blood run cold. The sound of something heavy hitting the ground nearby. Then another impact, and another. Something was throwing objects at me. Not just any objects, but rocks. Big ones, judging by the sound they made when they hit the trees around me. A boulder the size of a basketball crashed through the branches about 10 feet to my left, hitting the ground with enough force to shake the earth under my feet. Another one whistled past my head so close I could feel the wind from its passage. These weren't random throws. They were aimed, deliberate, and coming from something with incredible strength and accuracy. I turned and ran. All thoughts of tracking or investigation fled from my mind as pure survival instinct took over. Behind me, I could hear more rocks crashing through the forest, some hitting trees with sounds like gunshots, others striking the ground with dull thuds that spoke of tremendous impact force. The creature was following me, pacing me through the woods, continuing its bombardment as I fled. I could hear it moving through the underbrush, not crashing through like a panicked animal, but moving with purpose and coordination that was absolutely terrifying. It was hurting me, driving me away from its territory with calculated precision. Branches tore at my clothes and face as I ran, but I didn't dare slow down. A rock the size of a softball struck a tree trunk just inches from my head, sending bark fragments flying. Another one hit the ground so close to my feet that dirt and debris scattered across my legs. It took me nearly an hour of desperate flight to reach the edge of our property and the safety of open fields. When I finally stopped running, my lungs were burning and my legs felt like jelly. I turned back toward the woods one last time, expecting to see my pursuer emerging from the tree line, but there was nothing. The forest looked peaceful and normal in the morning light, giving no hint of the terror I'd just experienced. But I knew something was watching me from the shadows. I could feel its eyes on me, intelligent and patient, as if it was memorizing my face for future reference. The message was clear. I had trespassed in its domain, wounded it, and been found wanting. I was being allowed to leave this time, but that mercy might not extend to a second encounter. I still hunt, but everything changed that day. I traded my grandfather's .45-70 for an AR-15 with a 30-round magazine, and I never hunt alone anymore. Most importantly, I never hunt at night. Some boundaries once crossed should never be tested again. The official story I told my family was that I'd spotted what I thought was a large black bear and missed my shot. The blood trail, I claimed, must have been from a deer I hadn't seen. Nobody questioned my story, and I never shared the truth of what really happened in those woods. But sometimes, late at night when the house is quiet, I still hear that roar in my dreams, and I know, with absolute certainty, that somewhere in the deep woods of Louisiana, something remembers the night a foolish young hunter dared to take a shot at the unknown. God help me. I hope our paths never cross again. The house felt wrong from the moment I signed the papers at the end of May. Not wrong in any way I could articulate to the real estate agent or even to my wife, but wrong in the way your skin crawls when you walk through a cemetery at dusk, or the way your stomach drops when you hear footsteps in an empty house. It was a decent place, 3 bedrooms, 2 baths, a wraparound porch that had sold my wife on the spot. The price was right, almost suspiciously so for a house this size and decent condition. But I'd learned not to look gift horses in the mouth, especially when the mortgage payments would be manageable and we'd finally have space for the family we'd been planning. The moving truck had barely pulled away when the first incident happened. I was unpacking boxes in the living room when I heard what sounded like fingernails dragging slowly across the wooden floorboards upstairs. Long, deliberate scratches that made my teeth ache. When I called up to my wife, she was in the kitchen, nowhere near the bedrooms. When I investigated, I found nothing but dust motes dancing in the afternoon sunlight streaming through the windows. Old house settling, I told myself, but the words felt hollow even as I spoke them. The incidents escalated over the following weeks. Shadows that moved independently of their sources, the sound of whispered conversations in empty rooms that stopped the moment you tried to listen, doors that stood open in the morning despite being locked the night before. My wife began sleeping poorly, tossing and turning, muttering about dreams she couldn't remember but that left her drained and hollow-eyed. The worst was the basement. Every time I went down there, the temperature dropped at least 20 degrees, and I could swear I heard something breathing in the corners where the light didn't reach. The furnace would kick on at random times, sending clanging sounds through the pipes that sounded almost like Morse code. When I mentioned it to my wife, she just stared at me with eyes that seemed too wide, too frightened, and asked if we could avoid talking about the basement. I started keeping a journal, documenting each incident with the methodical precision of a scientist, as if recording the events might somehow make them less real. The scratching sounds came most nights around 2:17 a.m. The whispers were always in a language I couldn't identify, but somehow understood to be ancient, older than the house, older than the town. The shadows grew longer and more aggressive as the weeks passed, reaching toward us like grasping fingers. By August, I was ready to talk to someone about it. Not a priest or a psychic. I wasn't ready for that level of admission, but maybe a friend who might have some perspective, someone rational who could help me understand what was happening, or at least confirm that I wasn't losing my mind. True was the obvious choice. We'd been friends since college, and he approached everything with a kind of skeptical scientific mindset that I respected. He was the type who'd debunk ghost stories for fun, who'd spent his honeymoon visiting supposedly haunted locations just to prove they were nothing more than old buildings and overactive imaginations. If anyone could help me get to the bottom of this, it would be him. When I called him that evening in early August, his voice was warm with familiarity. "Haven't heard from you since you moved into that place. How's domestic life treating you?" "That's actually why I'm calling," I said, glancing toward the stairs where I'd heard those scratching sounds the night before. "I was wondering if you and your wife might want to come visit, see the new place." "Of course, we'd love to. This weekend work?" "Perfect." I hesitated, then added, "There's something I want to run by you. Some weird stuff has been happening." I could hear the grin in his voice. "Weird stuff? You mean like the house is haunted?" He laughed, and the sound was so normal, so reassuring, that I felt some of the tension leave my shoulders. "Something like that." "Oh, this is going to be fun. You know how much I love a good ghost story. Don't worry, I'll bring my EMF detector and we'll get to the bottom of your poltergeist problem." After we hung up, I felt better than I had in weeks. Tu would help me figure this out. He'd bring his instruments and his rational explanations, and we'd discover that the house had settling issues or maybe a pest problem that was causing the sounds. The shadows were just tricks of light. The whispers were just the wind through old window frames. But even as I tried to convince myself, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching me from the darkness beyond the windows. The grain elevator across the street loomed against the night sky like a monument to something ancient and hungry. I'd noticed it the first day we moved in, a hulking concrete structure that seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it. During the day, it looked like any other grain elevator, functional and unremarkable, but at night, it transformed into something else entirely. The building seemed to breathe in the darkness, its silhouette shifting and changing when I wasn't looking directly at it. Sometimes I could swear I saw movement around its base, shadows that moved with purpose and intelligence. The railroad tracks that led to it gleamed dully in the moonlight, like a path leading to somewhere no sane person would want to go. My wife had commented on it too, though she tried to make light of it. "That old elevator gives me the creeps," she'd said one evening as we stood on the porch watching the sunset. "There's something about it that just feels wrong." I'd agreed, but I hadn't told her about the dreams I'd been having. Dreams where I walked across the street in the dead of night, drawn by a sound I couldn't identify but somehow recognized. Dreams where I stood at the base of the grain elevator and looked up to see something looking back down at me from impossible heights. Dreams where I heard my name called in a voice that was familiar but couldn't be human. The night before T's visit, I stood at the bedroom window staring at the elevator. The moon was nearly full, casting everything in silver light, and I could have sworn I saw something moving near the base of the structure, a shape that was too tall and too thin to be human, but moved with unmistakable intelligence. I blinked, and it was gone. "Just shadows," I whispered to myself, but my hands were shaking as I pulled the curtains closed. The next evening, as I watched T's headlights turn into our driveway, I felt a mixture of relief and apprehension. Relief that rational help was arriving, but apprehension about what that help might uncover. Because deep down, in a part of my mind I didn't want to acknowledge, I knew that whatever was happening in our house was connected to that grain elevator across the street. And I had a terrible feeling that T's visit was going to prove that some things are better left unexplored. Ty arrived at sunset with his wife and a small black bag that I assumed contained his ghost hunting equipment. He looked exactly as I remembered, tall and lean, with the kind of confident bearing that came from years of debunking the supernatural. His wife smiled warmly as they approached the porch, but I noticed she kept glancing toward the grain elevator across the street. "So this is the haunted house," T said with a grin, setting his bag down on the porch. "Looks pretty normal to me." "Wait until you've been here a while," my wife said, and there was something in her tone that made T's expression grow more serious. We spent the first hour inside, talking and catching up while I recounted the incidents we'd experienced. Twit listened with the kind of focused attention I'd hoped for, occasionally asking questions about timing and frequency. He pulled out a small digital recorder and what looked like a temperature gun, taking readings in various rooms. "The basement definitely runs cold," he admitted after taking measurements downstairs. "But that's not unusual for a house this age. The foundation might not be properly insulated." "What about the scratching sounds?" I asked. "Could be mice in the walls, or the house settling. These old places make all kinds of noises." But I noticed he didn't sound entirely convinced. As darkness fell, we moved outside to the front yard. The grain elevator loomed across the street, its bulk blocking out stars. Under the streetlight, it looked massive and oppressive, like a sleeping giant that might wake at any moment. "That thing is pretty intimidating," T's wife said, wrapping her arms around herself despite the warm evening. "It's been bothering me since we moved in," I said. "There's something about it that feels off." Tim studied the structure with the same analytical gaze he'd used inside the house. "It's old, probably been there since the 1920s or 30s. These grain elevators were built to last, but they're not exactly pretty. I can see why it might seem creepy in the dark." That's when I told him about the shadows I'd seen moving around its base, the way it seemed to shift and change when I wasn't looking directly at it. Troy listened without interruption, his expression growing more thoughtful. "You know what?" he said finally. "Why don't I take a walk over there? Get a closer look. Maybe there's something about the structure that's creating optical illusion." "I don't think that's a good idea," my wife said quickly. "Not alone. I'll be fine. I'll just take a quick look around the perimeter, see if there's anything that might explain what you've been seeing." He pulled a heavy flashlight from his bag and tested it. The beam was strong and steady, cutting through the darkness like a blade. "Are you sure about this?" I asked, but T was already walking toward the street. "Be right back," he called over his shoulder. This is exactly the kind of thing that usually has a perfectly rational explanation. We watched him cross the street, his flashlight beam dancing ahead of him. The grain elevator seemed to swallow the light, making it look smaller and more fragile than it should have, disappeared around the corner of the building, and for a few minutes we could see the glow of his flashlight moving along the structure's base. "He's been gone a while," Chu's wife said, checking her watch. It was just after 10 p.m. "Give him a few more minutes," I said. But I was starting to feel uneasy. The night seemed unusually quiet, as if even the insects had stopped their chirping. Then we saw the flashlight beam stop moving. It stayed pointed at one spot for what felt like an eternity, perfectly still. Then it began to shake, barely perceptible at first, but growing more violent. "Something's wrong," my wife whispered. The flashlight beam suddenly swung wildly, cutting chaotic patterns through the darkness. We could hear T's voice, though we couldn't make out the words. He sounded frightened, confused. Then the light went out. We called his name, but there was no response. The silence stretched for what felt like hours, but was probably only minutes. Then we saw a figure emerge from around the corner of the grain elevator, walking slowly back toward us. It was T, but something was wrong with his gait. He moved like a man in shock, his steps uneven and hesitant. As he got closer, I could see his face in the streetlight, and my blood ran cold. He was pale, deathly pale, with a sheen of sweat that made his skin look waxy. His eyes were wide and unfocused, and he was breathing in short, sharp gasps. His hands were shaking so badly he nearly dropped his flashlight. "T," his wife called, running toward him. "What happened? Are you okay?" He stopped in the middle of the street, swaying slightly. When he looked at us, his eyes held an expression I'd never seen before, pure, primal terror. "I saw," he began, then stopped, shaking his head. "I saw something that shouldn't exist." We helped him to the porch, where he collapsed into a chair. His wife sat beside him, holding his shaking hands while I fetched him a glass of water. He drank it greedily, as if he'd been wandering in the desert. "Tell us what happened," I said gently. T looked toward the grain elevator, then quickly looked away. I was walking around the perimeter, just like I said. Nothing unusual at first. Then I reached the far corner, the one that faces away from the road. He paused, wiping sweat from his forehead. I was shining my light along the base of the building when I saw movement, something in my peripheral vision. "What kind of movement?" his wife asked. I thought it was just a shadow at first. But then I looked up, and I saw. He stopped, his breathing becoming more rapid. I saw a hand, a human hand, but wrong. All wrong. "Wrong how?" I pressed. "Wrong." It was huge. Longer than any human hand should be, with fingers that seemed to go on forever. And it was so pale it was almost white, like bone, like it had never seen sunlight. He looked at his own hands, as if comparing them to what he'd seen. The fingers were moving, flexing, like it was testing its grip on something. "Where was it?" my wife asked. "That's the impossible part." It was reaching around the corner of the building, but it was 8 or 9 feet off the ground, maybe higher, and the arm, he shuddered. The arm was so long, impossibly long, it just kept coming, reaching around the corner like it was attached to something massive. T's wife squeezed his hand. Maybe it was just a shadow, or a trick of the light. "No," his voice was firm. "I know what I saw. When I shined my flashlight directly at it, I could see every detail. The texture of the skin, the way the bones pressed against it, the fingernails." He closed his eyes as if trying to block out the memory. The fingernails were long and yellow, like claws, and they were moving, scratching against the concrete. "What happened then?" I asked. "It saw the light. The hand stopped moving and turned toward me. Not the whole hand, but the fingers. They bent in directions that fingers shouldn't bend, like they were trying to look at me. And then it was gone, just gone, like it had never been there at all." The four of us sat in silence, processing what T had described. This was the man who'd spent years debunking ghost stories, who approached every supernatural claim with scientific skepticism. And now he was describing something that couldn't possibly exist. "T," I said carefully, "you've investigated hundreds of paranormal claims. You've never seen anything like this before?" He shook his head. "Never, and I've wanted to. Part of me has always hoped I'd encounter something genuinely unexplainable. But this," he gestured toward the grain elevator, "this is different. This is real, and it's wrong, and it shouldn't exist." "But you said it disappeared when you shined the light on it," his wife pointed out. "Doesn't that suggest it might have been an illusion?" "No," Q said firmly. "It didn't disappear because the light dispelled it. It disappeared because it chose to, because it realized it had been seen." He looked at each of us in turn. Whatever that thing was, it was intelligent. It knew I was there, and it knew I could see it. As if summoned by his words, a sound drifted across the street from the grain elevator. It was subtle, barely audible, but unmistakably the sound of something moving, something large, shifting its weight against concrete. We all heard it. We all looked toward the grain elevator, and in the darkness around its base, I could swear I saw something moving. "We need to go inside," my wife said, her voice tight with fear. But Cole was already standing, his scientific curiosity overcoming his terror. "No, I need to see it again. I need to know what we're dealing with." "T, no," his wife pleaded. "You're in shock. You need to rest." But I understood his compulsion. The rational part of my mind was screaming that we should go inside, lock the doors, and pretend this wasn't happening. But the part of me that had been living with the unexplained for months knew that ignoring it wouldn't make it go away. "I'll go with you," I said, standing beside him. Toe looked at me with gratitude and something that might have been relief. Thank you. I don't think I can face it alone again. Our wives protested, but we were already walking toward the street. Behind us, I could hear them following, their footsteps reluctant but determined. As we crossed the street, the grain elevator seemed to grow larger, more imposing. The darkness around its base was absolute, untouched by the distant streetlights. And somewhere in that darkness, something was waiting. The four of us stood at the edge of the grain elevator's shadow, our flashlights creating a small circle of light in the overwhelming darkness. The concrete structure loomed above us, its surface rough and stained with decades of weather and neglect. Up close it was even more imposing, like standing at the base of a massive tombstone. "Stay close," T whispered, his voice barely audible. "And keep your lights moving. Don't let any one area stay dark for too long." We began walking slowly around the perimeter, our footsteps echoing off the concrete walls. The sound seemed to be absorbed by the structure itself, creating a muffled, claustrophobic effect. The railroad tracks stretched away into the darkness on one side, their steel rails gleaming dully in our flashlight beams. "There," T said suddenly, pointing toward the far corner. "That's where I saw it." We approached cautiously, our lights scanning the area where T had encountered the impossible hand. The concrete was unmarked, showing no signs of the scratching T had described. But there was something else, a smell that hadn't been there before. "Do you smell that?" my wife asked, covering her nose with her hand. It was a sickly sweet odor, like flowers left too long in stagnant water. But underneath it was something else, something that made my stomach clench with primitive disgust. It was the smell of decay, of something that had been dead for a very long time. "It's stronger here," T said, his voice muffled by the hand he'd pressed over his mouth and nose. Whatever that thing was, it left a scent. We continued around the building, our flashlights sweeping back and forth across the concrete. The smell grew stronger as we moved, and with it came a feeling of being watched, not the casual observation of curious neighbors, but the focused attention of a predator studying its prey. "There," I said, stopping suddenly. "Did you see that?" My flashlight beam had caught something at the edge of its range, a quick movement, like someone ducking behind the building. But when I focused the light on the spot, there was nothing there. "I saw it too," Tu's wife whispered. "Something moved." We stood frozen, our lights trained on the corner where the movement had been. The silence was absolute, but it felt expectant, like the pause before thunder. Then, slowly, a shape began to emerge from around the corner. It wasn't the hand T had described. This was something else entirely. A head, or what might have been a head, peered around the concrete corner about 7 feet off the ground. It was pale, almost luminescent in the darkness, with features that were human but wrong. The proportions were off, stretched and elongated like a reflection in a funhouse mirror. The eyes were too large, too dark, and they were fixed on us with an intelligence that was clearly inhuman. "Jesus Christ," T breathed. The thing, I couldn't think of it as anything else, studied us for a long moment. Its head tilted slightly, like a bird examining something interesting, and I could see its mouth moving. Not speaking, but working, as if it was tasting our scent on the air. Then it was gone, vanished, as suddenly as it had appeared. "Did everyone see that?" I asked, my voice shaking. "We all saw it," my wife said. "We all saw the same thing." But T was already moving, following the railroad tracks that led away from the grain elevator. "It's still here," he said. "I can feel it watching us." We followed him reluctantly, our flashlights creating a bubble of light in the oppressive darkness. The tracks stretched ahead of us, disappearing into the night like a path to nowhere. On either side, tall grass rustled in a breeze that didn't seem to touch us. "Listen," T said suddenly. We stopped, straining to hear over the sound of our own breathing. Then I heard it. Footsteps, slow and deliberate, matching our pace, but they were coming from behind us. And when we turned our lights in that direction, there was nothing there. "It's following us," T's wife said, her voice tight with fear. "No," T said. "It's hurting us. Look." He pointed his flashlight ahead, and I saw what he meant. The tracks curved ahead of us, leading away from the road and deeper into the darkness. If we continued following them, we'd be moving away from help, away from the safety of lights and civilization. "We need to go back," I said. But when we turned around, the footsteps stopped, and in the silence that followed, I could hear something else breathing. Deep, rasping breaths that seemed to come from all around us. "Stay together," Tay said, "and keep moving. Don't stop, no matter what you hear." We began walking back toward the grain elevator, but the footsteps resumed, matching our pace exactly. Stop, and they stopped. Speed up, and they sped up. It was like being stalked by our own shadow. "There," my wife said, pointing to a spot about 10 feet to our left. "The air is different there." She was right. I could see it now. A patch of air that seemed denser, darker than the surrounding night, and it was cold. Even from a distance, I could feel the chill radiating from it. "Cold spots," T said. "Classic paranormal phenomenon. The entity is drawing energy from the environment." "Entity?" his wife asked. "Whatever this thing is, it's not human. Not anymore, if it ever was." We encountered more cold spots as we walked, each one accompanied by the feeling of being watched. The temperature would drop suddenly, 10 or 15 degrees, and we'd find ourselves covered in goosebumps despite the warm night. The cold seemed to seep into our bones, leaving us shivering long after we'd passed through the affected area. "I felt something," my wife said suddenly, stopping and examining her hand. "Something touched me." I shined my flashlight on her hand, but there was nothing to see. No marks, no signs of contact. But her expression was one of deep revulsion, as if she'd been touched by something unspeakably filthy. "It was cold," she said, "and soft, like dead skin." We hurried back toward the grain elevator, but the experiences followed us. More cold spots, more sounds of footsteps and breathing, and always the feeling of being watched by something that shouldn't exist. "We need to get our wives out of here," I said to T, as we reached the relative safety of the streetlight. "Agreed," he said. "But I need to know what we're dealing with. This isn't just a haunting, this is something active, something that's aware of us." We walked the women back to the house, constantly looking over our shoulders. The grain elevator seemed to watch us go, its dark bulk radiating menace. At the front door, T's wife stopped and turned back. "It's still there," she said. "I can feel it watching us." She was right. Even from the safety of the porch, I could sense the thing's attention like a physical weight. It was studying us, learning about us, planning something. "We should call the police," my wife said as we went inside. "And tell them what?" Tuan asked. "That we saw a monster behind the grain elevator? They'd think we were drunk or crazy." "Maybe we are crazy," his wife said. "Maybe we're all having some kind of shared delusion." But I knew she didn't believe that. None of us did. What we'd experienced was too real, too consistent. We'd all seen the same things, felt the same cold spots, heard the same impossible sounds. "I need to research this," I said. "Find out if anyone else has reported similar sightings." "Research what, exactly?" T asked. I asked. I hesitated, then pulled out my phone and began searching for images. "You said the hand was pale and elongated, with long fingers, and that head we saw. It was human but wrong. Those are classic descriptions of certain creatures." "Creatures?" T's wife asked. "Wendigo," I said, showing them the first image I'd found. "Or skinwalker, Native American legends about creatures that were once human but became something else, something hungry." T studied the image on my phone, his face growing pale. "I don't know," I said, "but look at this." I showed him another image, this one depicting a Wendigo's head. "Does this look familiar?" Toole's hands began to shake as he stared at the screen. "That's it. That's exactly what looked around the corner at us. How could I see something that matches centuries-old legends?" "Maybe the legends are based on real encounters," my wife suggested. "Maybe these things actually exist." "But here?" Tez's wife asked. "In Washington State? These are supposed to be from the Great Lakes region or the northern forests." "Not necessarily," I said, continuing to search. There are reports from all over the country, and, I paused, reading something that made my blood run cold. There was a massacre site about 510 miles from here, a battlefield where hundreds of Native Americans were killed in the 1800s. What does that have to do with anything? Ty asked. According to the legends, Wendigo and skinwalkers are created by extreme trauma, starvation, or violence. They're born from human suffering and desperation. If something that traumatic happened nearby, I didn't need to finish the sentence. We all understood the implication. We were dealing with something that had been human once but had been transformed by unimaginable horror into something else entirely. We need to see it again, T said suddenly. We need to confirm what we're dealing with. Are you insane? His wife asked. After what we just experienced? I have to know, T said. I've spent my entire adult life debunking this kind of thing. But if it's real, if these creatures actually exist, then everything I thought I knew about the world is wrong. I understood his compulsion. We'd crossed a line tonight, moved from the realm of the explainable into something far more dangerous. But there was no going back. We'd seen too much, experienced too much to simply pretend it hadn't happened. One more time, I said, but if we see it again, we're done. We pack up and leave town. T nodded. One more time. As we prepared to leave the house again, I caught sight of my reflection in the hallway mirror. My face was pale and drawn, my eyes wide with fear and exhaustion. But there was something else there too, a morbid fascination, a need to understand what we were dealing with. Behind me, I could see the grain elevator through the window, its dark bulk waiting in the night, and somewhere in that darkness, something inhuman was waiting for us to return. The worst part was that I knew we would return. Despite every rational instinct screaming at us to run, we would walk back into that darkness and face whatever was waiting there. Because now that we knew it existed, we couldn't simply ignore it. We left our wives at the house despite their protests. This time, it was just T and me, walking across the empty street toward the grain elevator. The night seemed darker than before, as if the streetlights had dimmed in response to our presence. Our flashlights felt inadequate against the pressing darkness, like candles in a hurricane. I keep thinking about what you said, Tay said, as we approached the building. About the massacre site, about trauma creating these things. What about it? If that's true, then this creature isn't just some random monster. It's the product of human suffering. It was created by pain and death and desperation. He paused, studying the grain elevator's imposing silhouette. That makes it more dangerous, doesn't it? More personal? I hadn't considered that perspective, but he was right. If the Wendigo legends were accurate, then we weren't dealing with some mindless beast. We were facing something that had once been human, something that had been transformed by trauma so severe it had stripped away everything that made it human. Stay alert, I said as we rounded the corner where T had first seen the hand. And if you see anything at all, don't hesitate to run. The smell hit us immediately, that sickly sweet odor of decay, but stronger now, more concentrated. It was as if the creature had been here recently, leaving its scent like a territorial marking. It's been here, T said, covering his nose. Recently. We moved slowly along the building's perimeter, our flashlights sweeping back and forth. The concrete surface was unmarked, but I could swear I saw impressions in the dirt at the base of the structure. They were too large to be human footprints, and they were spaced too far apart, as if whatever had made them had an impossibly long stride. T, I said, stopping suddenly. Look at this. My flashlight beam was fixed on a section of the concrete wall about 8 feet off the ground. There, scratched into the surface, were deep gouges that looked like claw marks. They were fresh, the concrete dust still bright against the darker surface. Those weren't there before, T said, his voice tight with fear. I would have noticed them. The scratches were arranged in groups of 4, like the marks a massive hand might make while gripping the wall. They were deep, too deep for any human to have made, and they extended down the wall in a pattern that suggested something had been climbing. It can climb, I said. It's not limited to ground level. That realization made the grain elevator seem even more threatening. If the creature could climb, then it could reach any height on the building. It could be above us right now, looking down, waiting for the right moment to strike. "We should go," T said, but his voice lacked conviction. The same morbid fascination that had driven us out here was keeping us rooted in place. That's when we heard it. A sound that froze the blood in our veins. It was a voice, but not quite human. The words were in English, but the tone was wrong, as if the speaker's vocal cords had been designed for an entirely different purpose. "Why do you come here?" The voice seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere, echoing off the concrete walls until it was impossible to determine its source. It was low and rasping, like someone speaking through a throat full of gravel. "Did you hear that?" T whispered. I nodded, unable to speak. The voice had been directed at us, personally. The creature knew we were here, and it was capable of communication. "You smell of fear," the voice continued. "Sweet fear, warm fear. It's playing with us," T said, "like a cat with mice." The voice laughed, a sound that was somehow worse than the words. It was a broken, hollow sound, like wind through a tomb. Suddenly the temperature dropped. Not gradually, but all at once, as if we'd stepped into a freezer. Our breath began to mist, and I could feel goosebumps rising on my arms despite the warm night. "Cold spot," T said unnecessarily. "It's close." That's when I saw it. A shadow moving along the wall above us. It was huge, at least 9 feet tall, and it moved with a fluid grace that was terrifying to behold. The shadow seemed to ripple and flow, as if it wasn't quite solid. "There," I said, pointing upward. Tree followed my gaze, and his flashlight beam caught something that made him cry out in terror. High on the wall, about 15 feet off the ground, was a single eye. It was yellow, the color of old bone, and it was the size of a dinner plate. The pupil was black and elongated like a cat's eye, and it was fixed on us with predatory intensity. "It sees us," T said, his voice breaking. "It's watching us." The eye blinked, a slow, deliberate movement that seemed to take forever. When it opened again, it had moved, not physically, but its attention had shifted. It was no longer just watching us, it was studying us, cataloging our weaknesses, planning its attack. "We need to go," I said, backing away from the wall. "Now." But T was frozen, staring up at the eye with a mixture of terror and fascination. "How is this possible?" he whispered. "How can something like this exist?" The eye blinked again, and this time I could have sworn I saw it smile. Not the eye itself, but something around it, some suggestion of a mouth stretching into an impossible grin. "Ty!" I grabbed his arm. "We're leaving, now." He blinked, seeming to come out of a trance, and nodded. We backed away from the wall, our flashlights trained on the spot where the eye had been, but it was gone, vanished as suddenly as it had appeared. "Where did it go?" T asked. That's when we heard the footsteps, not the slow, measured steps we'd heard before, but rapid, urgent movement. Something was running along the top of the grain elevator, keeping pace with us as we moved away from the building. "It's following us," I said. We broke into a run, our flashlights bobbing wildly as we fled toward the street. Behind us, I could hear the creature keeping pace, its footsteps echoing off the concrete like gunshots. But when I looked back, I saw nothing but darkness. We reached the street and kept running, not stopping until we were safely on my porch. Only then did we turn around to look back at the grain elevator. The building stood silhouetted against the night sky, dark and imposing. But there was something different about it now. The shadows around its base seemed deeper, more substantial, and high up on the wall, I could swear I saw a pale shape moving. "It's still there," T said, his voice shaking. "It's still watching us." We went inside, locking the door behind us. Our wives were waiting in the living room, their faces pale with worry. "What happened?" my wife asked. "We heard you running." I told them about the eye, about the voice, about the creature that had followed us. Tuff sat beside his wife, his hands shaking as he tried to process what we'd experienced. "It spoke to us," he said finally. It knew we were there, and it spoke to us. That's not just some mindless beast. That's something intelligent, something that understands human psychology. What did it say? His wife asked. It said it was hunting us, I replied. It said we smelled of fear. The four of us sat in silence, each lost in our own thoughts. What we'd experienced had moved beyond the realm of the supernatural into something far more dangerous. We weren't just dealing with a haunting or a poltergeist. We were dealing with an intelligent predator that had marked us as prey. We need to leave, my wife said finally. Pack up tonight and leave. Go to a hotel or stay with friends, anywhere but here. And go where? I asked. How do we know it won't follow us? Because it's tied to this place, T said. To the grain elevator. These creatures are usually territorial. They don't venture far from their hunting grounds. Usually, his wife asked. According to the legends, T said. But then again, according to the legends, these things shouldn't exist at all. As if summoned by his words, a sound drifted through the windows, a long, mournful wail that seemed to come from the grain elevator itself. It was a sound of loss and longing, of hunger that could never be satisfied. It's calling to us, T said. It wants us to come back. Well, we're not going, his wife said firmly. We're done with this insanity. But even as she spoke, I could feel the creature's pull. There was something about its call that resonated in my bones, a sound that spoke to some primitive part of my brain. It was the call of the hunt, the song of the predator. And despite every rational thought screaming at me to run, part of me wanted to answer that call. We can't leave it like this, I said. We need to know what it wants, why it chose us. You're talking about going back out there, my wife said. After what you just experienced. I have to. Don't you see? This thing has been affecting our lives for months. The sounds in the house, the shadows, the feeling of being watched. It's all connected to that creature. Until we understand what it wants, we'll never be safe. Ty looked at me with something that might have been respect. You're right. We can't just run away and hope it loses interest. We need to confront it. Are you both insane? His wife asked. That thing could have killed you out there. It probably wanted to kill you. Maybe, T said, but it didn't. It had opportunities, but it didn't attack. It's playing with us, yes, but it's also trying to communicate. Maybe it wants something from us. Like what? My wife asked. I thought about the massacre site, about the trauma that had supposedly created these creatures. Maybe it wants us to understand. Maybe it wants us to know what happened to it. So what are you suggesting? T asked. Like why? One more time. We go back out there, but this time we don't run. We listen. We try to understand what it's trying to tell us. The others stared at me as if I'd lost my mind. Maybe I had. But I knew that we'd crossed a line tonight, moved from the world of the rational into something far more dangerous. And the only way forward was to face that danger head on. If we do this, T said slowly, we do it together, all of us, no more splitting up. Absolutely not, his wife said. I'm not going back out there. Neither am I, my wife said. This is madness. But I could see in T's eyes that he understood. We'd seen something that shouldn't exist, encountered a creature that challenged everything we thought we knew about reality. And now that we knew it was real, we couldn't simply pretend it wasn't. Then it's just us, I said to T. One more time. He nodded. One more time. As we prepared to leave the house again, I caught sight of my reflection in the hallway mirror. My face was pale and drawn, my eyes wide with a mixture of fear and determination. Behind me, through the window, I could see the grain elevator waiting in the darkness. And somewhere in that darkness, something inhuman was waiting for us to return. The third time we approached the grain elevator, the night itself seemed to recoil from our presence. The streetlights flickered as we passed beneath them, and the air grew thick and oppressive, as if we were walking through invisible cobwebs. Our flashlights seemed dimmer, their beams swallowed by a darkness that felt alive and hungry. It knows we're coming, T said, his voice barely above a whisper. It's been waiting for us. He was right. The grain elevator stood before us like a monument to something ancient and terrible, its concrete surface seeming to pulse with malevolent life. The shadows around its base were deeper now, more substantial, and they moved with purpose and intelligence. "Remember," I said, "we're not here to run this time. We're here to understand. We're here to understand." Tu nodded, but I could see the fear in his eyes. We both knew that what we were about to do was beyond dangerous. It was potentially suicidal. But we also knew that we couldn't live with the questions, couldn't go on pretending that what we'd experienced wasn't real. As we approached the building, the temperature began to drop. Not gradually, but in waves. As if the creature was testing our resolve. Our breath began to mist, and I could feel the cold seeping into my bones despite the warm night. "It's here," Ty said unnecessarily. The smell hit us next, that sickly sweet odor of decay. But stronger now, almost overwhelming. It was the smell of something that had been dead for a very long time, something that had been preserved by unnatural means. "Can you hear that?" I asked. Beneath the silence, there was a sound, a rhythmic tapping, like fingernails against concrete. It was coming from above us, from somewhere high on the grain elevator's wall. "It's up there," T said, pointing his flashlight toward the sound. The beam caught something that made us both gasp. High on the wall, at least 20 feet off the ground, was a figure. It was humanoid in shape, but wrong in every proportion. Its limbs were too long, its torso too thin, its head too large for its skeletal frame. It was pale, almost luminescent, and it moved with a fluid grace that was terrifying to behold. "That's it," T whispered. "That's what I saw." The creature stopped its tapping and turned toward us. Even from this distance I could see its eyes, those terrible yellow eyes that seemed to glow with their own inner light. It studied us for a long moment, its head tilted at an impossible angle. Then it spoke. "You returned," it said, its voice echoing off the concrete walls. "Good. We have much to discuss." The creature began to climb down the wall, its movements spider-like and unnatural. Its fingers found purchase in cracks and crevices that shouldn't have been able to support its weight, and it descended with a grace that defied physics. "Don't run," I said to T, though every instinct was screaming at me to flee. "We need to hear what it has to say." The creature reached the ground and stood before us, its full height revealed. It was at least 9 feet tall, maybe more, with limbs that seemed to stretch on forever. Its skin was pale and translucent, revealing the dark network of veins beneath. Its face was human in basic structure but wrong in every detail. The eyes too large, the mouth too wide, the nose barely more than slits in the bone. "You know what I am," it said, its voice like wind through dry leaves. "You have seen the pictures, read the stories." "Wendigo," I said, the word barely audible. The creature's mouth stretched into what might have been a smile. "Names are for the living. I am what remains when everything else is taken away." "What do you want from us?" T asked, his voice shaking but determined. "Want?" The creature laughed, that broken, hollow sound we'd heard before. "I want nothing. I am hunger itself. I am the emptiness that can never be filled." "But you're talking to us," I said. "You're trying to communicate. That means you want something." The creature moved closer, and I could see the details of its face more clearly. The skin was stretched tight over prominent bones, and there were patches where it had worn away entirely, revealing the yellowed bone beneath. Its eyes were sunken deep in their sockets, but they burned with a terrible intelligence. "I want you to understand," it said. "I want you to know what I have become and why." "Tell us," T said. "We're listening." The creature's head tilted, and for a moment it looked almost human, almost sad. "I was like you once. I had a name, a family, a life. But that was before the hunger, before the long winter, when the white men came with their diseases and their bullets." I felt a chill that had nothing to do with the creature's presence. "You're talking about the massacre, the battlefield." "Massacre," the creature repeated, and there was infinite sadness in its voice. "Yes, that is what they called it afterward. But it was not quick. It was slow and terrible, and we were trapped in the valley with nowhere to run and nothing to eat. You starved, T said. We starved. And when the dead began to outnumber the living and the children began to cry from hunger, that was when the choice was made. The creature's voice dropped to a whisper. That was when I chose to become this thing, rather than watch them die. I felt sick, not from the creature's presence, but from the implications of what it was telling us. You ate human flesh. I ate the dead to feed the living. And in doing so, I became something else. Something that could never die but could never truly live. But that was over a century ago, T said. How are you still here? Time means nothing to the hungry. I have walked these lands for generations, watching the world change, watching new people come and build their lives on the bones of the dead. The creature gestured toward the grain elevator behind it. They built this place on sacred ground, ground that was watered with the blood of my people, and so I remain guardian of the dead, keeper of the memories. Is that why you've been haunting our house? I asked. Because we're living on sacred ground? Your house sits on the path between the living and the dead. I have been trying to warn you, trying to make you understand that this place is not safe. Warn us about what? T asked. The creature's expression grew grave. Others are coming, others like me, but different. Hungrier, less human. The barriers between worlds grow thin, and soon this place will be overrun with things that should not exist. What others? I asked, though I wasn't sure I wanted to know. The truly lost ones, those who gave up their humanity completely. They smell the fear in this place, the old blood, the ancient pain, and they are coming to feed. The creature moved closer, and I could smell its breath, sweet and rotten like fruit left too long in the sun. You must leave this place. Take your families and go far from here before the others arrive. When? T asked. When are they coming? Soon. The moon grows dark in 3 days. That is when the barriers will be weakest. That is when they will come. I felt a chill of absolute terror. And if we don't leave? The creature's smile was terrible to behold. Then you will become like me. Or worse, you will become like them. Why are you warning us? T asked. Why do you care what happens to us? Because I remember what it was like to be human, and because your fear reminds me of what I have lost. The creature's voice grew softer, more human. I do not want to see others suffer as I have suffered. For a moment we stood in silence, processing what the creature had told us. This wasn't just a monster, it was a victim, transformed by trauma and desperation into something inhuman, and it was trying to protect us from sharing its fate. We'll leave, I said finally. We'll pack up tonight and go. Good, the creature said. Go far from here, and do not return until the danger has passed. How will we know when it's safe? T asked. You will know. The earth itself will tell you. The creature began to back away, dissolving into the shadows around the grain elevator. Remember what I have told you. Remember that not all monsters choose to be what they are. Wait, I called out. What's your name? What were you called before? The creature paused, its form already becoming indistinct. Names are for the living. I am what remains when everything else is taken away. And then it was gone, vanished into the darkness as if it had never existed at all. Twindle and I stood in the silence, processing what we'd experienced. We'd come here looking for answers, and we'd found them, but the answers were more terrible than we'd imagined. We need to get our families out of here, T said finally. Tonight. I nodded, unable to speak. We walked back toward the house, our flashlights cutting through the darkness. Behind us, the grain elevator stood silent and imposing. But it no longer felt malevolent. It felt sad, like a monument to something that had been lost. Inside the house, we found our wives waiting anxiously. Their faces were pale with worry, and they stood as we entered. "What happened?" my wife asked. "You were gone for over an hour." "We need to pack," I said. "We need to leave tonight." "Leave? Why?" I told them about our encounter with the creature, about its warning, about the others that were coming. They listened in stunned silence, their faces growing paler with each word. "So it's trying to protect us?" T's wife asked. "In its way," T said. "It's trying to prevent us from becoming like it." "But we can't just leave," my wife said. "This is our home. We just moved in." "It's not our home," I said. "It never was. We're just visitors here, and we're not welcome." We spent the rest of the night packing our essential belongings. As dawn approached, we loaded our cars and prepared to leave. The grain elevator stood silhouetted against the morning sky, dark and imposing. But in the early light it looked different, less threatening, more sad. As we drove away, I caught sight of movement near the building's base. A pale figure stood watching us leave, its form barely visible in the dawn light. It raised one impossibly long arm in what might have been a farewell gesture. I never saw the creature again. We moved to a city 500 miles away, and I never returned to that house. But sometimes, on quiet nights, I think about the creature that had once been human. I think about the choice it had made, the sacrifice it had endured, and the loneliness it must have felt. The house sold quickly, despite its history. The new owners seemed happy enough, though they lasted only 6 months before moving away. Since then, the house has sat empty, and according to local newspapers, the grain elevator was demolished last year. But I know the creature is still there, somewhere, still guarding the dead, still warning the living, still paying the price for a choice made in desperation over a century ago. And sometimes in my dreams, I can still hear its voice echoing across the years. Remember that not all monsters choose to be what they are. I remember, and I understand now that the real horror wasn't the creature itself, but the circumstances that had created it. The hunger, the desperation, the impossible choices that had transformed a human being into something inhuman. We survived our encounter with the Wendigo, but I'll never forget the lesson it taught us, that sometimes the most terrifying monsters are the ones that were once just like us. I was driving north from Belforge, South Dakota, aiming to meet a friend near Ekalaka, Montana. A simple route, nothing too complicated, just miles of 2-lane highway and fields dotted with grazing cattle. The afternoon sun had been merciless, beating down on the asphalt until it shimmered like water, and my air conditioning struggled against the oppressive heat that seemed to seep through the very metal of my car. I'm not even sure where to begin because it feels like an odd fever dream stitched together from too many late-night documentaries. But I swear, every moment of this happened. Every grotesque detail, every moment of terror that followed, it all unfolded exactly as I'm about to tell you. The landscape had been gradually changing as I drove deeper into Montana. The rolling hills of South Dakota gave way to something more austere, more desolate. Endless stretches of prairie grass swayed in the wind like a golden sea, interrupted only by the occasional weathered barn or cluster of cattle that watched my passage with blank, unblinking eyes. There was something unsettling about their stare, as if they were witnesses to secrets buried in this vast emptiness. I reached the Montana border right after sunset, which in hindsight was my first mistake. I should have arrived before dark. The sky had transformed into a canvas of deep purples and oranges, beautiful but somehow ominous. As the last light faded, the landscape took on an alien quality. The familiar became strange, and what had seemed like peaceful farmland now felt like a vast, unknowable wilderness. The temperature dropped dramatically once the sun disappeared, and I found myself turning on the heater despite the day's scorching heat. The sudden cold felt unnatural, almost aggressive, as if the land itself was rejecting my presence. My headlights carved a narrow tunnel through the darkness, revealing nothing but the endless ribbon of asphalt and the occasional reflective eyes of some creature watching from the roadside. I stopped briefly in Alzada, a tiny unincorporated place that's basically a curve in the road with a bar, a post office, and not much else. The few streetlights cast sickly yellow pools of illumination that seemed to emphasize the darkness rather than dispel it. I'd planned to top off my tank, but the one pump looked out of order, not just broken but deliberately sabotaged. The hoses had been cut, and there were scratch marks on the metal casing that looked almost like claw marks. A local fell on a porch across the way, gave me a glance, like he'd seen enough strangers for a lifetime. His face was gaunt, deeply lined, and his eyes held a wariness that went beyond simple unfriendliness. He was rocking slowly in an old wooden chair, the creaking audible even from where I stood. When I raised my hand in greeting, he stopped rocking entirely and just stared at me with an intensity that made my skin crawl. I had half a tank left, so I figured I'd push on rather than approach him for directions or information. As I walked back to my car, I noticed that every window in the small cluster of buildings was dark except for one. In the post office, a single light burned behind dirty glass, and I could swear I saw the silhouette of someone standing perfectly still, watching me. The figure didn't move the entire time I was in view, and when I glanced back from my car, it was gone, but the light remained burning. The wind had picked up, carrying with it the scent of something I couldn't identify. Something organic and unpleasant, like meat left too long in the sun. It made my stomach turn, and I rolled up my windows quickly, eager to get back on the road and away from this place that felt more like a movie set than a real town. I got back on Highway 323 expecting it to be empty for the next hour or so. The night sky was incredible, an unbelievable spread of stars, the kind that make you feel a little small. But there was something oppressive about that vastness, as if the universe was pressing down on me, reminding me how insignificant I was in this endless expanse of darkness. The road stretched ahead like a black river, and my headlights seemed pitifully inadequate against the overwhelming darkness. Occasionally, I'd catch glimpses of movement in my peripheral vision, shadows that seemed to dart across the road just beyond the reach of my lights. I told myself it was just jackrabbits or coyotes, but the movements were too fluid, too deliberate. A while later, around 9:30 or so, I spotted a side road that wasn't on my map, just a dirt track cutting off into the darkness. Sometimes I get curious, especially out in Big Sky country. The opening was marked by two weathered fence posts, one tilted at an odd angle as if something had struck it with tremendous force. Hanging from the upright post was what looked like a piece of cloth, but as I slowed down, I realized it was something else entirely, a strip of what appeared to be animal hide, dried and blackened with age. I thought maybe it was a scenic overlook or a ranch road that would let me see a different angle of the horizon. The rational part of my mind screamed at me to keep driving, to stick to the main road, but something pulled me toward that dark opening. It was as if the road itself was calling to me, promising answers to questions I didn't even know I had. So I slowed down, turned in, and the moment my tires hit that gravel, it felt like crossing an invisible line. The temperature inside my car dropped several degrees, and my breath began to fog. The radio, which had been playing static-filled country music, suddenly went silent. When I tried to adjust the dial, all I got was a low humming sound that seemed to vibrate through the car's frame. I drove for about 10 minutes, not really seeing much except silhouettes of distant buttes and the outline of old fence lines. The road was rougher than I'd expected, full of potholes and washouts that made my car bounce and rattle. But it was the silence that got to me most. Not the peaceful quiet of a rural night, but a dead, oppressive silence that seemed to muffle even the sound of my own engine. The fence lines I passed were strange, constructed not just of wire and posts but adorned with what looked like bones, bleached white skulls of cattle, and smaller animals tied to the posts with leather cords. At first I thought it might be some kind of rustic decoration, but as I passed more of them I realized they were arranged in patterns, almost like some kind of coded message. Then I noticed a flicker of light, just a tiny glow, like a lantern or a campfire off to my left. It was perhaps a quarter-mile away, nestled in a small depression between two low hills. The light seemed to pulse rhythmically, like a heartbeat, and occasionally it would flare brighter before dimming again. I pulled over, shut off my engine, and tried to figure out what I was looking at. The silence was complete now, so profound that I could hear my own heartbeat thundering in my ears. The light was faint, but it moved a bit, like people were carrying it around. I was debating heading back to the main road when I heard voices, low, hushed, but definitely more than one person. The voices rose and fell in a pattern that wasn't quite speech and wasn't quite singing. Something in between that made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. There was an urgency to the sounds, as if whatever was happening was building toward something significant. I couldn't make out the words if they were words at all, but the tone was unmistakably ritualistic. Maybe it was just a group of ranchers or campers, though it was a strange spot for a camp. The depression where the light flickered was clearly visible now, and I could see it was perfectly circular, as if it had been carved out of the landscape by some massive tool. The walls of the depression were too smooth, too regular to be natural, but there was something unnerving about the way the light danced, bobbing slightly, as if whoever was holding it was pacing in a tight circle. My gut told me to leave, but my curiosity got the best of me. I grabbed my flashlight and walked maybe 50 yards closer, half crouching behind some scraggly sagebrush. The wind was picking up, swirling dust around my ankles and carrying with it that same nauseating smell I'd noticed in Alzada, but stronger now, more concentrated. The sagebrush I hid behind was wrong somehow. The leaves were too dark, almost black, and when I touched them, they felt oddly warm and slightly moist as if they were perspiring. The ground beneath my feet was soft, almost spongy, and with each step I felt as though I was walking on something that might give way at any moment. That's when I saw more lights flick on, several lanterns or flashlights, revealing about a dozen figures in dark, flowing robes. They stood in a rough circle around something that looked like a low wooden table, or maybe a crude altar. The robes weren't just dark. They seemed to absorb light, creating human-shaped voids in the flickering illumination. The fabric moved in ways that didn't match the wind, rippling and undulating as if alive. My heart nearly jumped out of my chest. The chanting was soft, rhythmic, but now I could hear it clearly. It wasn't English, wasn't any language I recognized. The syllables were harsh, guttural, with sounds that seemed to come from deep in the throat. They reminded me of the death rattle of some dying animal, but sustained and purposeful. I noticed a heavy smell in the air, like burning hair or something foul, and I had to stifle a gag. The odor was so thick I could taste it, metallic and rotten, coating my tongue and throat. It was the smell of corruption, of something that had been dead for far too long. I know how it sounds, like some B-movie plot, but I was there, crouched behind a bush, fighting the urge to run. The altar at the center of the circle was carved from what looked like a single piece of blackened wood, its surface covered in symbols that seemed to shift and writhe in the flickering light. The wood itself appeared to be bleeding, dark stains that dripped steadily onto the ground below. The group parted slightly, and I saw an older man in the center, holding what appeared to be a carved wooden staff. His face was visible in the lantern light, and I immediately wished it wasn't. His skin was pale, almost translucent, with dark veins visible beneath the surface. His eyes were completely black, not just the pupils but the entire eye, like looking into deep wells. When he smiled, his teeth were filed to points, and his tongue was an unnatural shade of purple. He lifted the staff, and I could see it was carved from the same dark wood as the altar, covered in the same writhing symbols. At its top was what looked like a human skull, but wrong too elongated with too many teeth. The skull's empty sockets seemed to track my movement, following me as I shifted position behind the bush. Then he slammed it down onto the wooden surface with a sound like breaking bones. The chanting stopped dead, and every flashlight and lantern turned toward the direction I was hiding. The silence was absolute, crushing, as if the very air had been sucked away. I've never felt such dread, a terror so complete that it paralyzed me entirely. I ducked lower, half expecting them to charge at me, but they just stood there in utter silence, as if they could sense me but not pinpoint my location. The robed figures were perfectly still, like statues, but I could feel their attention focused on me with laser intensity. The air itself seemed to thicken, becoming harder to breathe. The man with the staff raised it again, and began to speak in that same guttural language, but louder now, more urgent. As he spoke, the symbols on the altar began to glow with a sickly green light, and I heard a sound like sobbing coming from beneath the ground. The earth around the altar began to bulge upward, as if something was trying to push its way to the surface. I figured if I tried to sprint back to my car, they'd see me for sure, so I inched away, trying to keep my head down. My heart was pounding so hard I was worried they'd hear it. The soft ground made my retreat treacherous. With each step, I felt like I might sink into some hidden pit. Just as I got a few yards back, something crunched under my boot. Broken glass maybe, or bones. The sound was like a gunshot in the oppressive silence. The group's lights swept my way, and someone shouted in that same alien language. The voice was inhuman, a screech that seemed to come from multiple throats at once. I froze, but the lights kept moving, scanning the area like searchlights. The beams weren't normal white light. They had a reddish tinge that made everything they touched look like it was covered in blood. Another voice barked something that sounded like an order, and the entire circle started spreading out, moving with an unnatural gliding motion that suggested their feet never quite touched the ground. I took that moment to run. The soft ground that had hindered my retreat now seemed to grab at my feet, as if trying to hold me back. Behind me I heard a sound like wind through a graveyard, followed by what could only be described as howling, not from dogs or wolves, but from human throats twisted into shapes that shouldn't be possible. By the time I reached my car, dust was swirling everywhere, and the wind was howling. The dust wasn't ordinary, it was thick, almost viscous, and it clung to my skin like oil. Worse, it seemed to move with purpose, forming shapes and patterns that looked almost like faces before dissolving back into chaos. I threw myself in, locked the doors, and fired up the engine. The car struggled to start, as if the battery was nearly dead, though it had been fine moments before. When it finally caught, the engine sounded different, rougher, more strained. In the rearview mirror, I could see beams of light moving fast, like they were running, trying to catch me. But it wasn't just the lights that were pursuing me. In the mirror, I caught glimpses of the robed figures themselves, and they weren't running, they were floating, gliding across the ground with their arms outstretched, their robes billowing around them like dark wings. Their faces, when I could see them, were no longer human. They had become something else, something twisted and wrong. I floored it, fishtailing on the gravel before the tires found traction. The car lurched forward, and I heard a sound like claws scraping against metal. Something had nearly caught me. In the side mirror, I saw one of the figures standing in the road behind me, its arm extended as if it had been reaching for my car. Even from a distance, I could see that its hand was wrong too long, with too many joints. The dirt road seemed to stretch on forever, far longer than it had when I'd driven in. The fence posts with their bone decorations flashed past like a nightmare corridor, and I swore I could hear the skulls chattering as I passed. The road twisted and turned in ways I didn't remember, leading me through landscapes that seemed to shift and change in my headlights. Finally, after what felt like hours but could only have been minutes, I saw the main highway ahead. I sped back toward it, the entire time expecting a truck to appear in my mirrors, but no one followed. When I reached the pavement, I felt a physical sensation of relief, as if I'd crossed some kind of protective barrier. But the relief was short-lived. As I drove toward Ekalaka, I noticed that my fuel gauge was reading nearly empty, though I'd had half a tank when I turned onto the dirt road. The radio was still dead, producing only that strange humming sound. Worse, the temperature gauge was reading dangerously high, though the heater was blowing cold air. I reached Ekalaka around 11 p.m., found a gas station that was thankfully still open, and just sat in my car for a good 15 minutes trying to calm down. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely grip the steering wheel. The attendant inside shot me a look that said I probably looked white as a sheet, which I'm sure I did. When I finally went inside to pay for gas, I caught sight of myself in the security mirror behind the counter. I looked like I'd aged 10 years in the past hour. My hair was streaked with that strange dust, and my eyes were bloodshot and wild. There were scratches on my face and arms that I didn't remember getting, thin lines that looked almost like claw marks. I asked the attendant if there were any local groups who do night gatherings, and he just shrugged. Said folks keep to themselves around here. But I noticed his hand trembled slightly as he made change, and he kept glancing toward the windows as if expecting to see something outside. I pried a bit more and he muttered something about rumors of robed strangers near Medicine Rock State Park, but that's miles from where I was. He said sometimes ranchers report weird bonfires on remote properties, but no one digs too deep out of fear of stumbling into something they'd rather not see. "You didn't see nothing out there, did you?" he asked suddenly, his voice barely above a whisper. When I hesitated, his face went pale. "Jesus," he said, backing away from the counter. "You did, didn't you? You saw them." He wouldn't say anything more, just kept shaking his head and muttering under his breath. As I left, I heard him lock the door behind me and saw him pull down the blinds. The gas station's lights went out as I drove away. The next day, I tried to drive back to that area in daylight, but after an hour of searching, I couldn't find that same dirt road. Everything looked the same: dusty tracks, fence posts, rolling plains. It was like the place had swallowed itself, or perhaps had never existed at all. The landscape seemed normal in the daylight, even pleasant, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. I stopped at every dirt road I could find, but none of them matched my memory. Some were too wide, others too narrow. Some had normal wooden fence posts, others had none at all. But nowhere did I find the tilted posts with their grisly decorations. Nowhere did I find that perfectly circular depression. What disturbed me most was that I began to doubt my own memory. In the harsh light of day, the events of the previous night seemed impossible, like something out of a horror movie. But the scratches on my arms were real. The dust in my hair was real, and my car still smelled of that sickly sweet corruption. That evening at a small motel, I overheard someone talking about cults in the region, how they meet in deserted areas and practice who knows what. It was just casual conversation between truckers, the usual small-town rumors and gossip. But the one time I mentioned seeing robes, the guy's face went pale. He said a relative of his once caught sight of a group wearing dark hoods in the countryside near Baker, Montana. And after that, the relative rarely left home at night. Changed him, the trucker said. Never was the same after. Started talking about things that shouldn't be, about things that live in the spaces between places. The trucker lowered his voice. "My relative," he started drawing these symbols, covering the walls of his room with them. Said he had to keep them out, had to remember the pattern so they couldn't follow him home. Found him one morning, dead in his bed, but his face, he shuddered. His face was frozen in a scream, but his eyes were gone, just empty sockets, like something had reached in and taken them. I left Ekalaka the following morning, telling myself I was just relieved to be putting distance between me and that memory. But I couldn't shake the image of that group standing around that table, or the way they moved like they were rehearsing an old routine, something ancient and practiced. The man with the staff, his black eyes, his pointed teeth. These images haunted me during the daylight hours and invaded my dreams at night. I felt almost guilty for seeing it, like I'd violated a boundary that was meant to keep certain things hidden from the world. There was a sense that I'd witnessed something that humans weren't supposed to see, something that existed in the dark spaces between civilization and wilderness. On my last night in Montana, in a motel near Miles City, I tried to do some quick online searches about robed gatherings in southeastern Montana. Nothing substantial came up, just some talk about fringe religious sects and a few conspiracy theories referencing government cover-ups of desert cults, all too vague to tie anything directly to what I saw. But I did find something that made my blood run cold. In a genealogy forum, someone had posted about their family history in Carter County, mentioning that their great-grandfather had been part of a group that had made contact with the old powers in the 1920s. The post described rituals performed in circular depressions, ceremonies designed to thin the veil between worlds. The post had been deleted by the time I tried to read it again an hour later, but I'd saved the text. It mentioned that the group had been successful in their goals, that they'd managed to establish a permanent connection with entities from the spaces between spaces. The great-grandfather had supposedly lived to be 103, never aging past his 40th year, but had paid a price that wasn't specified. I did read an article about missing livestock in Carter County, though, with no culprit found. The article mentioned that the animals weren't just missing, they were found drained of blood, with strange symbols carved into their hides. Local authorities had blamed it on a cult, but no arrests had ever been made. That was enough to make me lose my appetite. I drove straight home the next day, half expecting an unfamiliar vehicle to tail me all the way. Every car that stayed behind me for more than a few miles made me nervous, and I found myself taking random exits and back roads, anything to make sure I wasn't being followed. But the paranoia didn't end when I reached home. I started having dreams about the ritual, but in my dreams, I was inside the circle, standing at the altar with the skull-topped staff in my hands. I could feel the power flowing through it, could understand the meaning of the symbols that covered its surface, and I liked it. I woke up from these dreams with scratches on my arms, just like the ones I'd gotten that night in Montana. Sometimes I'd find myself drawing symbols in the margins of newspapers or on napkins, patterns that looked disturbingly familiar. I'd throw them away immediately, but the compulsion to draw them grew stronger each day. I'm sharing this because it's been eating at me, consuming my thoughts and invading my dreams. If anyone else traveling through southeastern Montana encountered something like that, I'd feel less insane. The robed figures, the chanting, the abrupt hush, the man with the pointed teeth and black eyes, it all still wakes me up in cold sweats. It's not like I can tell a friend or coworker about this without sounding like I made up a ghost story. But I'm telling you, I was there, I heard them, I saw things that shouldn't exist, and I think they almost caught me that night, but more than that, I think they marked me somehow. The scratches keep appearing, and the dreams keep getting more vivid. Sometimes I find myself speaking words in that guttural language, understanding their meaning even though I've never heard them before. I've started avoiding mirrors because sometimes, just for a moment, my reflection shows someone else, someone with black eyes and pointed teeth. If something like this has happened to anyone else, or if folks around there know more about these gatherings, let me know. Maybe the less we keep these things in the dark, the better. But I'm starting to wonder if some things are meant to stay hidden, if some knowledge is too dangerous to share. Because whatever I saw that night, whatever I witnessed in that circular depression, it wasn't just a ritual, it was an invitation, and I'm afraid I might be starting to accept it.